Hello? Okay, my bad. Let's do that again. What is up, Super Fam and Bro Avengers alike? I am Sensei Finito, aka Vane Sensei, and welcome to Marvel Bros, where we discuss all things Marvel and everything pop culture. I am Sensei Finito, aka Vane Sensei, and welcome to Marvel Bros, of course. I hope everybody is having a Vane-tastic day today. We are doing Reading Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to none other than Reading Wednesday. I gotta get the Reading Wednesday up here, huh? I gotta get a little Reading Wednesday button to press. I'm having a good day, and I hope you guys are too. Y'all already know what we doing here. We are here to dive deeply into Mistborn chapters 22 through 25, finishing part 3. I am super excited. I am super pumped. I hope everybody is also excited and pumped to get into it. These were some really good chapters. Not a lot of on-screen action happening here, but we did get a lot of dope other things happening in this portion of the reading. So, with all that being said, I hope you guys, if you guys are having a good day, if you guys are ready to dive into it, make sure you drop a like and a share on the stream because it helps out tremendously around these parts. And you can also follow us on social media at Marvel Bros. To stay up to date with all things Marvel and everything pop culture, of course. And you can follow me on social media at Sensei Finito to stay up to date with all my thoughts, theories, and opinions on whatever particular thing I may be partaking at that particular time, okay? Man, so if you guys are new around here and don't know how we do things, the way that these Reading Wednesdays, these book clubs, from watcher to reader, whatever you may be partaking in, the way we set this up is at first we do our chat talk, right? Which means we talk to each other, we see how everyone's week is doing, talk about my day a little bit too. You guys can talk about your day in the chat and just kind of get it all vibey and whatnot. And then after we do chat talk, then I go into my and then I go into my overall thoughts of this portion of the reading, and then once that's done, we do our chapter by chapter review and discussion. So we just get real nerdy around here. We talk about the book. We go in depth with the books as well. Listen to some passages from here and from there. Just as we do. So if you guys are new here, you can check out the rest of this Mistborn, the Final Empire series. There is a full playlist that has all of the videos in it. I know there's a lot of you guys that have already been going back and checking those out, so you can check that out. And we're also putting out dedicated small review videos of these chapters as well. So all the pleasantries are out of the way, and I hope everyone is having a fantastic day. Aha, see what I did there? Yo, next week, to get into chat talk, next week is Agatha All Along, starring Catherine Hahn. I am so hyped for that. I'm so hyped for that. And then the Penguin series starring Colin Farrell will also be starting next week. And that's just awesome. So next week we're going to have a lot of watch parties and stuff going on, as well as our dedicated book club. So if any of you guys are interested in being here with us when we do those watch parties, whenever the show airs, that's when we watch it, right? 30 minutes before the show airs, we're there. So Agatha All Along, I believe, is 11:30 p.m. on Tuesdays when we'll be watching that. And then we'll be watching Penguin at 5. I think we'll start that 5:30 p.m. PST. This is on Thursday. Yeah. So I'm excited about all that good stuff. Let's talk to the chat. Let's see how you guys are doing. Yo, what's up with the Zebus? I hope I'm saying that correctly. How you doing today? Welcome in. What's up with it, Thatch? How you doing? Marisu, how you do? Mike check 1 2. I promise that rhymed on accident. Yes, definitely like the stream if you haven't liked the stream already. Yo, what's up with it, Sharice? How you doing, girly? I hope you're having a good Wednesday. A wonderful Wednesday. Long I. So Zybus? Is it Zybus? Zybus? Is that correctly? Zybus? I think that's right. I might be wrong. I'm sorry if I'm butchering it. I apologize. I apologize if I'm butchering your name. If I'm butchering it, please spell it how it sounds as closely as possible, and I'll try to get it right. So, yo, I hope everybody's been having a good week, man. Is what's it called? I can't think of the name of it. I lost it. Uh, th- Not Thunder. Transformers. I don't know why I couldn't think of Transformers. I think Transformers comes out this week. Today is obviously Comic Book Wednesday. If you guys don't know, it's New Comic Book Day today. So I'll just talk about some of the comics that I grabbed today. I got this Volume 1 edition of Transformers. They have a lot of stuff going on with their Energon universe, so just wanted to show that off there. Also got... No, I already had that. I already had this stuff here and that. Boom. Avengers Assemble 1. This is I haven't read this yet, but I just picked this up today. It seems like we're having a pretty solid it looks like it's a solid team. I'm pretty sure Captain America has put together this team for whatever reason, so that's pretty solid. And then I got the Uncanny X-Men issue 2, which is also awesome. And finally, just to show it off, look at that beautiful cover. This is the real thing I wanted to show you guys. This is Wolverine #1 from the Ashes, A New Beginning. Look at that cover. Like, that thing is sexy. This is the variant cover for Wolverine issue 1 in the Uncanny series that we talked about. If you guys were here on Marvelous Monday, then you guys know that we were talking about this comic was coming out. I didn't even realize that it was this week that it's coming out, but here it is. So, yeah, man, those are some of the comics and books and stuff that I picked up today. Please go to your local comic book store if you guys haven't. If you guys are interested in any other types of comics or anything. Outside of my Marvel stuff, I also got this comic. This called Minor Arcana by Jeff Lemire. I don't know what this is about, but my guy at the comic book store, he was like, "Bro, this is an amazing comic. Grab it." So I went ahead and grabbed it. Haven't read it. Not sure what it's about, but I just wanted to go ahead and show that one off as well. So that's my portion of talking and chatting. Let me know what y'all got going on. I'm having a great day, and I have a hurricane heading in my direction. What? Yo, Mari Sue, I hope you're doing okay. I hope you hunker down and bunker down and all that good stuff, yo. What? I hope nothing I hope, you feel me? All positive vibes going to you, Mari Sue. For real. Definitely stay safe. Damn. And then you're like, y'all convinced me to check out X-Men comics. Hey, I feel it. Y'all convinced me to check out some X-Men comics. Probably will get one with X-23. Marisu, I definitely would get the X-23 one. I think I just read issue 2 of that. I was calling it Nyx, and it's actually NYX for like New York X-Men. I'm pretty sure that's what it stands for, is New York X-Men and not Nyx. I thought it was Nyx for some reason. I don't know how I just gave it its own name, but yeah, it's NYX, which is, I think Nyx is better than NYX, but hey, whatever. But yeah, I think you'll really like that comic because, Kamala Khan is in it. It has Laura in it, X-23. There's also a couple other heroes in it. I'm pretty sure one of the Stepford Cuckoos or whatever their name is, they're there. One of them is there. So yeah, that's pretty solid. That's a pretty solid one. The Uncanny X-Men is okay. I got issue 2 of that. That's what came out today. Issue 2 of the Uncanny X-Men, and that's with like Rogue, Gambit, Wolverine, and a whole bunch of other mutants and stuff going on there. So that seems like it's gonna be a solid read. And yeah, yo, those are so yeah, I'm crunching this book and I'm crunching comics. It's really fun. I'm gonna have my first comic video come out here soon, so I hope you guys are ready for that as well. Yeah, definitely stay safe. It's still down by the East Coast. Got a while before it gets here. Okay, like the New York Knicks. Oh, yes, actually. I mean, I feel on one hand I feel like I should tax you for that, but on the other one, I'm like I kind of set up that one. That was pretty clever. So I'm feeling good today. I'm gonna let you slide, Marius, but don't let it happen again. All right. All right. So with all that being said, yo, I guess that's a good. I think that might be a good spot to kind of wrap it up for our chat talk, and then kind of get into more other stuff. I don't even know if you guys can hear me. I'm all leaned over. Okay. Is that it? Is there anything else that I wanted to bring up or cover? Oh, of course. Just to say it here, big RIP to the man, the myth, the legend, James Earl Jones, who passed away early this week. And I'm not even going to lie, subsequently, there have been so many amazing creators that have passed away this week as well. Not just James Earl Jones. It's actually been pretty astonishing how many have passed away. Like it's really been one after another here, and it's really sad. I'm not gonna lie to you. So just rest in peace to all the creators that we've had this week, and a huge rest in peace to James Earl Jones, who is literally the voice of childhood. Like, no matter who you are, he was the voice of your childhood. Like, he was the voice of my mom's childhood. Like, bro's been doing it for, he was doing it forever, basically. Like, for real. Peter Renade, Master Splinter from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle show, the voice actor for him, he passed away this week, as well as comic book artist John Cassidy. It was just a lot going on this week, man. It's been a crazy week, man. I'm not gonna lie. Please tax her because I bleed blue and orange. Hey, we warriors around here, you feel me? I guess I'll just tax. I mean, I would. I mean, yeah. You know what I mean? Just like tax her. I'm feeling good today, Sharice. That first one's free. I'm sorry. Funnily enough, first time I realized who James Earl Jones was in Sandlot. For me, I feel you, but for me, I didn't know James Earl Jones was James Earl Jones, right? It's like I found out that he was everyone that I have loved across, like everyone, like literally ever, like at the same time when I was a kid. It was one of those, because, I mean, at least for me, when I was a kid, I had no idea about actors and voice I mean, honestly, I didn't pay attention to, like, actors, like, their actual names, or, like, directors or writers up until I was, like, almost an adult, you know what I mean? Like, maybe around, like, 16, 17, I started, like, paying a little bit more attention to, like, writers and directors and actors and stuff like that. But James Earl Jones was the first person that I ever knew was all these other people. It was like James Earl Jones is Lion King, and he's Darth Vader, and he's also on The Sandlot. Like that was the first guy that I ever knew, recognized, I guess you could say, as being an actor, as being a performer, as a wee lad. Like, I was super young. Like, I think I was watching The Sandlot, and that's when, like, somebody told me, like, bro, did you know that this is also, like, I was like, what? This is insane. Bro is literally, yeah, it's insane how he was literally every aspect of my childhood, and I didn't even know it for a long time. You know what I mean? It was just like, wow. Because I love Lion King, and I love Star Wars, and then it's like, boom. Oh, this is the same guy. Oh, and this is him in The Sandlot. I'm like, bro, this is crazy. Yeah, so, that definitely wasn't, that was, I feel like anybody who has a story about James Earl Jones, it's like that. It's like, it's one of those stories of, yeah, I didn't even know he was everybody, and then I knew. Like, and then you just find out. I mean, yesterday on Monday, when he had passed away and we did Marvelous Monday, and we kind of did our tribute section to James Earl Jones, and we watched a video of like a couple of the movies that he's been in. That sent us down an entire rabbit hole like we went from James Earl Jones and just like looking at all the stuff that he's been in, and then it took us to a whole bunch of other places as well. So it's just amazing. It's just amazing, again, big rest in peace to James Earl Jones. But as I think Marisu put it very beautifully, you know what I mean. He had a beautiful life. He lived his life as well to the fullest of that, and now he's gone on yonder. So yeah. It's amazing how close Darth Vader's voice is to Mufasa, yet they sound completely different emotionally. Yeah! Damn, yeah! You spit that shit, Marisu. Okay. Yeah, you're spitting. And then we did a tribute session to Jason Momoa for no particular reason. No, we didn't do a tribute to Jason Momoa. We went down a rabbit hole of Jason Momoa, finding out he's been in every movie and show that we've all watched throughout the years without really knowing he was there. It was kind of insane. Like, bro's been in Baywatch. He was in Johnson Family Vacation with Cedric the Entertainer. Like, he was in Stargate. Like, bro was in everything. And I just had no idea. I had no idea. So, yeah, that was definitely crazy. But that can bring our chat talk portion to an end, and now we can get into more of the other things that are going to be going on for the night. So, again, let me know if you guys did partake in the reading, if you liked the reading, if you did, and then we're going to get into it right now. Well, at least my overall thoughts we're going to jump into, and you can drop your overall thoughts in the comment section down below as well. But before we get into it, y'all already know what to do.
Hi, my name is Dominique Pruitt, and I started Don's Bon Gourmet Popcorn LLC in the summer of 2021 to introduce delicious and unique flavored popcorn not found anywhere else in the world. Why, you ask? Because I make it in my home with love, just for you. We offer over 10 flavors and are continuously creating new flavors that can be customized to any color or taste for your next event, party, or fundraiser. So go find yourself to our website and find a bombastic flavor of popcorn at donsbombgourmetpopcorn.com, or you can also follow us on Instagram or Facebook at Don's Bomb Gourmet Popcorn.
No way. I'm so sorry. I did not know. I don't know what happened. That happened so much faster than I thought it would. But we're back. All right. Boom. Let's get into it. So, let's get into my overall thoughts of chapters 21. No, okay. Let's get into my overall thoughts of chapters 22 through 25, which is the last chapters of part 3 for Mistborn, The Final Empire by Brandon Sanderson. Man, I really enjoyed this portion. I said it at the beginning of this video, or of this stream, of this live, of this show, that there was not a lot of action on screen here in this section, but there were a lot of really good points in this section. I really appreciated the character building that was going on within this portion of the reading, and I really appreciate being able to spend more time with Vin, and having Vin be able to be just a teenage girl, for a lack of better words, in this time, in this whatever, like she's just able to be her who she wants to be, and just do the things in a way that she's never been able to before. And then she also gets that blasts from the past, quote unquote, of, hey, I remember this is where I've come from, like she's been around the nobility, she's been around this this upper echelon of society, and in this portion she was able to kind of get that not necessarily a reminder, because she didn't need a reminder, really. Well, man, she kind of did need a reminder, just a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. She definitely she's been drinking the Kool-Aid, she's been drinking the proverbial Kool-Aid, as we see, and we can kind of see, the relationships that she has with everybody around her start building even more and becoming even more tangible, to where they really care about her, and they're like, hey Vin, like, yo, don't don't fall for that, you know what I mean? Like, don't fall for the thing that they're showing you, because just as easily as they'll do what they're doing with you, they'll go leave and then still treat their ska like shit afterwards. So don't get distracted, for lack of better words, is what he was telling her. And I really appreciated that conversation she had with Doxson, because I really don't think she hasn't really talked to any of them in that, like, in a manner of just talking to them about who they are or where they come from, or anything like that. So it was just really nice to see her having this discussion with Dox, and later with Ham, being very real with them, and kind of figuring out things about them, and to the point where I think Ham even tells her something. He tells her something that no one else in the crew knows, because he is open to her, and when he looks at Vin, he doesn't just see a little girl, but he does see the little girl, like, it's equal parts. She is a member of the crew, but she also is still a teenage girl. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I like that everyone treats her like that. I think one of my margins later on is everyone is such a girl dad and uncle. You know what I mean? To Vin. Like, and I just love that when she comes back from the ball and she has her tattered dress and says it as like, first says it as like, yo, you got another handkerchief? What's going on? He's trying to like he's trying to get the tea, basically. And then later on, Dox is like, what have you done to your dress? I love those subtle moments, because we're able to see how everyone interacts with each other. Everyone's character comes through who they actually are, and we get to see how they all deal with Vin, and also how everyone deals with each other, right? We see the way that they all deal with Kelsier, and then we see the way that they deal with Vin as well. And I love being able to get that duality of each crew member, basically. We're able to see how all of them have such different, I think someone just said it, dynamics with each other. And that is something that is very pivotal, I guess you can say, for any relationship, right? Is to understand the dynamics of how this relationship works and how these characters work and deal with each other. And that is something that definitely shined here in these chapters. One of the shortest portions I think that we've partook in so far, but also one of the most heavy portions that we actually got to partake in so far as well. Partook. I really just liked it. Being able to be with Vin and seeing how vulnerable she is when she's near Elrond, I believe is what his name is. Elend, excuse me. It just works so well, right? Like, we see how strong Vin is, and then as soon as she gets a chance to talk to Elend, she crumbles. You know what I mean? She crumbles. And I think another one of my margins was, she has to be so confused dealing with all these different emotions that she's never had to deal with before, right? That's something that is, I love that about this story, is it shows it shows Vin having to deal with emotions that she never thought she would have. Just a quick side note. I know everyone always talks about Avatar: The Last Airbender and how amazing it is, but it is amazing, right? And what this kind of reminded me of was that really good, there's a really fire episode, pun intended, Marisu, of Avatar: The Last Airbender, where we are with Zuko, Azula, Ty Lee, whatever Zuko's girlfriend's, May, that's what her name was, May, I think that's it. We're with them four, and we kind of are with them on this island when they're going and doing beach things, right? And at one point, Azula actually wants to like talk to dudes around her, you know what I mean? And tries to talk to other people, and she can't, because she's never once in her life ever had to do that type of thing. And it's one of those, she's able to hunt the Avatar down and stand with her father and do all of this with a straight face, but trying to just have a regular conversation with somebody, she crumbles, right? It was kind of like that, but just in a very different way as well as far as the emotions go, right? Because of course Azula is a psychopath that murders people, and then Vin is well, she's not that at all. So it's very different, but that's just the vibes that I got, right? The having to basically do the thing that you've never known. It's not your normal. It's not the norm for you. And that's something as well that I think was very much there was a good light shone on the norm, right? The norm of the ska and what that means for them versus the norm of the nobility and what that means for them, right? Like there are changes that need to be made across the board, and we are seeing how the nobility wants those changes to be versus how the ska want those changes to be. And we also get to see that both of those sides look completely different from each other. They are not the same, right? They are not the same. I am a Martian. Right? So being able to see such differences between the two and those similarities, I just really liked it, man. I really liked it. This chapter was these chapters were really really good. A lot of meat and potatoes, right? I got all the lore, well, not all of it, but I got almost all the lore I wanted from the Terrace Men, right? Like, that's all, like, I was so happy that that's what we started with. Like, we started exactly with what I wanted. Another big shout out to our guy, KP Chandler. Bro has, I don't think brother's been here for a minute in the actual chat. He's probably been busy, but he's still been going back through the rewatches and dropping the splits where all the times and the codes are. So big shout out to you yet again, KP, bro, because you are doing you're doing the Lord's work out here, bro.
Hello there.
Yeah, so I definitely appreciate you on the rewatch, brother, because I know you're rewatching this. So big shout outs to you, KP. For real. But yeah. I think that I don't know what just happened that made me say that, because I completely lost my train of thought. But yeah, I stand by it though. Big shout out to KP, yo. Yes, though. I really enjoyed seeing. Oh, the Terracemen. Yeah, Terracemen. That's why I said that. I got it back. I'm right back into it. So, yeah, like, these chapters have been split up perfectly because I've been getting the answers that I've wanted and all this stuff as it goes. So, the Terracemen vibe is awesome. Love the way that Sazed and Vin's relationship with each other is amazing. I'm not gonna lie, I really wish I could get more of that. The one thing that I will say about this portion of the reading as well is this made me feel the most like I need more POVs. Like, this portion made me want to be in the head of the other people so much. Like, it was crazy. I don't know why I wanted to be in everyone's POV so badly, but I really did. Like, I wanted to see Dox's POV. I wanted to see Ham's POV. I definitely want to be from Sazed's POV as he's, like, going through and decoding the thing and all of that. Like, this portion of the reading really made me appreciate all of the characters and want to dive deeper into who they are. So I hope that does happen. I know we have even less reading left now because we're just moseying on through this book. But yeah, I'm hoping that we can really get a lot more contextualization to characters. And we've had our first major death on our team side. So, damn, like, damn, that was intense. That was definitely intense, is having that first death go on our side. And, seeing all of and those mistakes, I wish we got to see those mistakes happening, like, it was stuff like that to where I was like, ooh, that would have been dope if we could have got those POVs. And but you guys know I love a lot of POV stuff anyway. So, that's kind of that just goes without being said that I wish we could have saw more POVs. But the POVs that we got, of course, between Vin and Kelsier were magnificent. So, And there was a time when we got to a point and I didn't realize that we had switched to Kelsier, and I was like, "Oh, we are with Kelsier now." Like I was like, "Oh snap! He's seeing these things from a different point of view." And then we had a reoccurring character come back. Like all of it, I really had a good time with this chapters, especially because I was just editing the prologue video that I put out today for Mistborn. And and in that video where it starts with menace. Like menace is the first word that is said in the video, because it's like, that's the first word that you hear is menace. And it's actually about the character, not the word menace. So you hear menace, and then in this portion of the reading today, well, not today, but in this portion of the reading, menace he also showed back up. So I just thought that was really dope. So, I believe that will bring it to an end for my overall thoughts. I think. Says it. Yeah. Spock. Our guy Spock. He was doing, he was being himself. I like that. That's actually the first stuff that we're going to get into when we go into the chapter by chapter review and discussion. But yeah, Spock. I like Spock. I want to see more of Spock. And I really enjoyed seeing all of them talk in whatever Spock's language is that he speaks with, right? Because he has that accent. Lestibornis, right? I love how they all started talking like Lestibornis. That was good old Lester. I like that. That was cool. So, and I love how they all did it just to mess with Breeze. That, like, bro, yes, I needed to see some stuff like that go down, and I was happy that we got to see relationships and those type of bonds kind of being not established but being built upon more. And yeah, man, so that will bring us to the end of my overall thoughts of this portion of the reading, and now we can get more into and then we can get more into the actual chapter by chapter discussion. Let's see. Got some caption reading before about Vin reading. Yeah. That is very true, Marisu. We did get that. That did happen very early on as well. I was like, wait, what? Oh. And I feel like it did it differently when Kelsier was reading, though. You know what I mean? And that's what threw me off, because I'm pretty sure when Kelsier read the text, it was just like the text, and then we just went like Kelsier finished reading the text or something. So it was definitely, different there. And then you guys can also drop any overall questions that you might have that you would like me to answer right now before we get into those overall thoughts. The gang dynamics here are so peak, Thatch. I definitely agree. Everyone is also very sweet. Yeah, they are very, very genuine. That's something that I really like, is how genuine everyone is. And how Vin is now also becoming very genuine as well, right? I wouldn't say that she was not a genuine person before, but I don't think she's ever had a chance to be genuine. And now that she has had that chance, she is. She is very genuine for sure, and I really like that. I really like getting to see that. Yeah, Elend and Vin are really great, especially in chapter 23. Yeah, they're awesome. They're awesome. I love the dynamic between them as well. I was so hyped that we finally got to see what Elend had going on, And damn, everything is everything is just strung along perfectly to where you're just following all of these breadcrumbs and want to know more about things, and then right when things are about to something happens. Just the structure and the pacing of this book is really good. It keeps you on your toes, and it keeps you moving, and it keeps you guessing. Like, right when I thought I knew what was going to be going on, all of that went out the window. and then part 3 ended, and I was like, bro, what? The beach episode. Yes, the beach episode. I really like the beach episode because we get to see just another side of all of them that we never really got to see before. And I feel like we should have saw a little bit more of that, but I understand why we didn't also, Man, like, if that was One Piece, we would have got like 30 episodes of that beach. That would have been a whole arc. It would have been the beach arc. Facts. KP is the MVP. I almost had a stroke just now trying to say that. KP is the MVP. There you go. KP the GOAT. Facts. Good thing good thing there are more books in the series to read and learn more about these characters. I mean, yeah, of course. That goes without being said. So I just wish we got more POVs for show. Like, I hella wish we got a little more POVs. Any update on who you feel the main character is? I still feel like the main character is Kelsier. I'm not going to lie. I do feel like the main character is Kelsier. I feel like, yeah. I feel like the main character is Kelsier, but I do understand how Vin is also a main character. You know? Like, in Star Wars Rebels, Ezra is obviously the main character. And then our guy, Caleb Doom, or you know, whatever you want to call him, right? He is, like, clearly just, like, the master character. But we have a similar relationship of them with Vin and Kelsier, right? It's like a very similar relationship. It's just like if instead of it just being Kanan, if instead of him just being Kanan Jarrus, right? It's Kanan and Darth Maul mixed together. And then you still have Ezra and Vin kind of being that same type of person on both sides, right? And that's just it's so good. It's like, and of course, especially with all the weight that Kelsier has on him with what was going on, and especially because he's also very mysterious. I mean, I guess that's one of the reasons why he could be designated as not being the main character, because we know relatively nothing about what's going on with him, and we're still finding out about him through the eyes of Vin. But I also feel like that's a great way to learn more about your character, right? Is by having another character explore that character. And that's kind of how it feels, is we are exploring two characters at the same time, and as they are figuring out more about each other, we're able to find out a lot more about both of them. And I cannot lie, every time we go to Kelsier's POV, it just steals everything. It steals the show. Anytime he shows up, really, he steals the show. But it's just, yeah, fantastic. I just really liked it. Really liked it. And we had a lot of time checkpoints, you know, getting to understand how long it's been, what's been going on, and what will be going on next. That happened in a good manner, and I appreciated that too. So, the book is almost structured like a play, organized into acts and scenes. I agree with that. And I would watch every episode of a One Piece beach arc. Yeah, facts. I mean, that is facts. That is facts. I can't wait for the One Piece. That's going to be gas. Okay. Now, let's get into our chapter by chapter review and discussion. All right, but first, this.
6 nations divided, how the gods envisioned the lands of Gafora, where nations must praise their gods individually. Inguvu, the god of power, Altira, the goddess of reality, Akasha, the goddess of space, Akaili, the goddess of mind, Nafasi, the god of time, Isarin, the god of soul. Each god bestowed their name and universal property to their nation through the blood of their land. Diligent praise to these gods, along with the blood of the land, allows the inhabitants of Gafora to wield the universal property of their god. These inhabitants are called gifts. It is forbidden for these nations to fraternize with one another. Gifts, the lands of Gafora.
That is right. Gifts, the Lands of Gafora is my own series that I have been working on. The alpha copies and stuff like that are out to people. If you would like to become an alpha reader, you can join the Marvel Bros Discord, and then you can talk to me about it in there, okay? I definitely appreciate everybody. Got some art stuff going on and going out soon, so all of that is a awesome vibe. And you can also check out Gifts the Lands of Gafora on YouTube at Gifts TLG. Actually, it's at Gifts TLG on all platforms, so check it out. All right, so now let's get into the chapter by chapter review and discussion. Where's that? Bam. 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 And bam to the bam. All right, there we go.
At first, there were those who didn't think the deepness was a serious danger, at least not to them. However, it brought with it a blight that I have seen infect nearly every part of the land. Armies are useless before it. Great cities are laid low by its power. Crops fail and the land dies. This is the thing I fight. This is the monster I must defeat. I fear that I have taken too long. Already so much destruction has occurred that I fear for mankind's survival. Is this truly the end of the world, as many of the philosophers predict?
Bro, I
22.
have already told y'all how much I love some epigraphs. So we cooking off the rip. Wait, what's going on? Whatever. Oh. Let's get it.
22. We arrived in Terrace earlier this week, Vin read, and I have to say, I find the countryside beautiful. The great mountains to the north, with their bald snowcaps and forested mantles, stand like watchful gods over this land of green fertility. My own lands to the south are mostly flat. I think that they might look less dreary if there were a few mountains to vary the terrain. The people here are mostly herdsmen, though timber harvesters and farmers are not uncommon. It is a pastoral land, certainly. It seems odd that a place so remarkably agrarian could have produced the prophecies and theologies upon which the entire world now relies. We picked up a group of Terrace packmen to guide us through the difficult mountain passages. Yet these are no ordinary men. The stories are apparently true. Some Terracemen have a remarkable ability that is most intriguing. Somehow they can store up their strength for use on the next day. Before they sleep at night, they spend an hour lying in their bedrolls, during which time they suddenly grow very frail in appearance, almost as if they had aged by half a century. Yet when they awake the next morning, they become quite muscular. Apparently their powers have something to do with the metal bracelets and earrings that they always wear. The leader of the packmen is named Rashik, and he is rather taciturn. Nevertheless, Braches, inquisitive as always, has promised to interrogate him in the hopes of discovering exactly how this wondrous strength storing is achieved. Tomorrow we begin the final stage of our pilgrimage, the far mountains of Terrace. There, hopefully, I will find peace, both for myself and for our poor land.
Man! Bro, give me the book. Give me the Lord Ruler's Journal now. Okay? Give it to me immediately. Everything that we just got is just fantastic, right? I mean, we've heard a lot about the lands. We've heard a lot about all of that up until this. Well, not a lot, but we've heard some about it, right? In all of these passages that we've got so far, the Lord Ruler is continuously kind of talking about what's going on with his lands and what's going on with the Terracemen and how he kind of needs to watch them, and how once he's kind of plotting, he's been plotting on the Terracemen the entire time, basically, because in earlier passages, he's like, bruh, the Terracemen are the only ones that'll be able to remember what I do here. You know what I mean? And it's like, holy shit, what does that mean? What does that mean? You know? And it really gets me thinking, like, does he hold all of the people that helped him get to power highly favored because he murdered them all so they couldn't tell their children and their children's children the real story? You feel me? Like, I really had a lot of questions there. But we find out that that the reason why Vin is reading is because, of course, Sazed wants her to be caught up on the text. We also find out that Kelsier wants basically all of the crew to know what's going on with those sacred texts. And it says right here that, well, Vin came to one conclusion. Well, she came to two conclusions, but the second conclusion is that the Lord Ruler was far more whiny than any god had a right to be. Pages of this logbook were filled with boring notes about the Lord Ruler's travels. They were also packed with internal contemplations and lengthy moralistic ramblings. So it definitely seems like the Lord Ruler is constantly going through all of these things, constantly thinking, constantly, like, quote unquote talking to himself and trying to iron out all of these ideas and all of the things that he may have to do and the things that he's done up until that point. So it's definitely interesting. And then we have Spock, our guy Lester Bornis, pull up, and he's like, he gives her a little handkerchief, and he's always talking crazy. And my margin there said, bro sounds like a belter, because he definitely does. I haven't read The Foundation, but when watching The Foundation, they basically talk the way bro was talking. You know what I mean? But I guess you can understand the belters a little bit better. At least I could. And I really like how dumbfounded Vin is, because she's never been able to kind of be just a person, so she doesn't even know what it's like when someone likes her, and I think that's sad, of course, but I also like the character development that comes with that, right? She sees that Master Delton has arrived, aka Dox. Right, he's there. So she's kind of course, as Vin does, she gets up in her feelings since she's not a part of anything, a part of the conversation, and she's been maintaining a pleasant, ladylike appearance for Lady Renew, because of course, everyone needs to know that she's Lady Renew. Like, she's supposed to pretend, obviously, but I mean, she can't just be like, oh, we chilling here, like, I'm Vin right now. She has to always be in character, for lack of better words, whenever eyes are around, which is something that I like, and that's something that is also brought up a little bit later by Ham. Yeah, Doxson and Renew could have sent for me, she thought to herself, with annoyance. And then she immediately goes in. The others obviously still regard me as something of a child. They were friendly and accepting, but they didn't include me. It was probably unintentional, but that didn't make it any less frustrating. And I'm like, my margin there was just that she thinks too much, because she does. She definitely thinks way, way, way too much. So, in order to kill some time and to get some answers, Vin goes and talks to Sazed, and I love Sazed. Sazed is such a amazing. I just love his character, right? So, and also we also get a note of that. She's been doing this for so long now that her mannerisms are starting to kind of flow naturally. She walks through the garden without her dress tearing at all. I believe that's what it said. Anyway, they start talking about what the Lord Ruler's texts and all that good stuff. And Sazed, of course, he is fanboying it up, right? He is like, this work is a keeper's dream. The text is amazing. I'm discovering things about my culture that even I didn't know. Right? And immediately I was like, even you didn't know, per se. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what do you mean by that? And right here, she's like, did you see... No, Sazed says, did you see what he said and how he described Terrace as a place of green fertility? Keeper legend speaks of this. Terrace is now a tundra of frozen dirt. Almost no plants can survive. Once, it was a green and beautiful land, like the text says. And my margin here was that bro took his anger out on the terracemen. And I don't know why the Lord Ruler did that, bro. The Lord Ruler was tweaking off of the terracemen. It seems like he was tweaking off of everybody because he activated Ashmount. Like, I don't know what went wrong. You know what I mean? I have continuously said that I feel like the Lord Ruler is the Dragon Reborn, or like the Avatar that lost his way or was led astray by something. And it just seems like that is the case more and more, because all of these texts, it's like he's obviously in turmoils with himself about the things that have happened, the things that he's done, and it just makes me want to ask why. And of course, she Vin starts questioning my guy, because that's what she does, and then says it's like, that should probably remain a secret. The less people know, the better. It's not that I don't trust you, but I'm just kind of nervous about what's going on, and all that good stuff, right? And then she's like, well, I'm just gonna, I'm gonna have to let Kelsier know that I don't really know anything, Hopefully none of the secrets Kelsier wants us discovering this text are related to Terraceman powers. If they are, I'll just miss them completely. And I'm like, yo. She is such a menace. She's a little menace because, of course, she's a little kid. And it's like, well, she's like, yo, that was me as a 16-year-old. Like, well, I guess, what do you want me to do? Like, she's just a smart ass, and I love it. I love that she's a smart ass. And I also love when Sazed hits her back with his own smart assery, right?
Melodramatically.
I just love that.
Vin smiled pertly. Very well, Sazed said with a sigh. We should not have let you spend so much time with Master Breeze, I think. The man the logbook, Vin said. They're keepers? Sazed nodded. What we now call keepers were far more common back then, perhaps even more common than mistings are among modern nobility. Our art is called feruchemy, and it grants the ability to store certain physical attributes inside bits of metal. Vin frowned. You burn metals too? No, mistress, Sazed said with a shake of his head. Feruchemists aren't like allomancers. We don't burn away our metals. We use them as storage. Each piece of metal, dependent upon size and alloy, can store a certain physical quality. The feruchemist saves up an attribute, then draws upon that reserve at a later time. Attribute? Vin asked. Like strength? Sazed nodded. In the text, the Terrace packmen make themselves weaker during the evening, storing up strength in their bracelets for use on the next day. Vin studied Sazed's face. That's why you wear so many earrings. Yes, mistress, he said, reaching over to pull up his sleeves. Underneath his robe, he wore thick iron bracers upon his upper arms.
It's such a
I keep some of my
Kamala Khan
reserves
vibe,
hidden,
you know what I mean?
but wearing many rings, earrings, and other items of jewelry has always been a part of Terrace culture. The Lord Ruler once tried to enforce a ban upon Terracemen touching or owning any metal. In fact, he tried to make wearing metal a noble privilege, rather than a ska one. Vin frowned. That's odd, she said. One would think that the nobility wouldn't want to wear metal because that would make them vulnerable to allomancy. Indeed, Sazed said. However, it has long been imperial fashion to accent one's wardrobe with metal. It began, I suspect, with the Lord Ruler's desire to deny the Terracemen the right to touch metal. He himself began wearing metal rings and bracelets, and the nobility always follows him in fashion. Nowadays, the most wealthy often wear metal as a symbol of power and pride. Sounds foolish, Vin said. Fashion often is, mistress, Sazed said. Regardless, the ploy failed. Many of the nobility only wear wood painted to look like metal, and the Terrace managed to weather the Lord Ruler's discontent in this area. It was simply too impractical to never let stewards handle metal. That hasn't stopped the Lord Ruler from trying to exterminate the Keepers, however. He fears you, and hates us. Not just feruchemists, but all Terracemen. Sazed laid a hand on the still untranslated portion of the text. I hope to find that secret in here as well. No one remembers why the Lord Ruler persecutes the Terrace people, but I suspect that it has something to do with those packmen. Their leader, Rashik, appears to be a very contrary man. The Lord Ruler often speaks of him in the narrative. He mentioned religion, Vin said. The Terrace religion. Something about prophecy?
Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on. I meant to pause it there. Yo, all right. So what's going on? Like, you feel me? What? Why is the Lord Ruler so? You know, like, what's happening? What am I missing here? Like, what went wrong? Why is he so scared of the Feruchemists, right? Because, of course, we haven't heard anything about Feruchemists up until this point as well. This is our first mention of them or anything like that. Maybe it'll pop up in the text later on, Feruchemists, you know, and why he doesn't like them. Yo, welcome to the Super Fam. I couldn't see the name, I'm sorry, but welcome to the Super Fam. I appreciate you. I think the text will come up here in a second where I can actually read it. So this had my mind running at 1,000,000 miles per hour, okay? Like 1,000,000 miles per hour. Now I'm trying to figure out what's going on. If you remember, we know that allomancers are not able to use allomancy with any metal pieces that may be inside of someone's body in any way, shape, or form, right? They can't, like, if with the obligators, they can't like use they can't rip the shit out of their face and all that good stuff, right? Okay, now we're learning. Well, we haven't learned that. Yeah, we learned that, right? So by wearing rings and all these other things, they are able to harness their abilities and keep things stored up in that. And I love the way that Sanderson like took one thing and then took the thing that didn't happen. Like, he took a thing, he put a limit on that thing, and then the limit that he gave that thing, he made the other thing that power. Like, that's so, bruh. Like, yes. So now that makes me think, okay, does that have something to do, not the obligators, I'm sorry. Inquisitors. They have the Steel Inquisitors. My bad. Obligator was just on my head because of the other thing that happened in the book. So, Larkin, welcome to the Super Fam. I appreciate you. So I'm like, you know what I mean? Like, my brain is going, like, do the Inquisitors steal things in their face have anything to do with their powers then, since the Feruchemists are able to, you know what I mean? Like, take these things and use them in this way. Like, does that mean that those things can do something as well? My brain just started running off of that. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, I just loved that little bit of just magic system just building right there. Just that the system building that was occurring right there was beautiful, because I also was very curious about the rings and all that. I thought it was just going to be something more related to their religious stuff, but no, it's a magic system, baby. Like, and what a crazy magic system to be able to store your strength in different metals, and like, bro, yes, yo, yes, I love it. And Feruchemist is a crazy name as well. Feruchemist and Allomancer. So those are the two types of magic systems, or the two type of users, I guess, that we, what the hell? Those are the two, like, this is not two. Those are the two magic systems that we, or magic users that we know of, right? Because it's not just one magic system. There's like 4 magic systems in both of these magic systems. Probably 6, I think, in the Feruchemist. So, fire, bro. I really appreciate that. And then it's funny that the Lord Ruler was trying to deny the Terracemen the right to even touch metal. But then he was starting to wear metal and bracelets, and then all the nobility started to do it too, because they were just trying to be like him. Like, bro, what does he have against the Terracemen? So, I just really appreciated that. Like, I love the magic system. You know what I mean? I love the way that the magic system is able to basically. I love that the limits created another system in itself. That's just awesome, bro. That's just awesome. And I don't think I can't think of another time where that has happened in something. So it really threw me off in a really good way because it was something that just I wasn't used to. I just wasn't used to it. I had never seen. Yeah. That just took me by surprise. I was like, yo, what in the world? And then for him to be like, nah, and then I think Vin says what we all think. Okay, maybe he's scared of you guys, and then he's like, "Nah, bro, he hates us. It's deeper than the fear. It is a hatred, and we don't even know what we did." And it's like, damn, bro, that's a crazy hatred to have. Like being alive for so long, and then the people that you hate don't even remember. It's died with their people. You know what I mean? And you just keep things going like that because you just hate them so much. Like it's one thing when people are not alive, and then other people just uphold the hatred, right? That that happens with families and stuff like that all the time. But for one dude to just be alive for 1,000 years and he just hates certain people that he just starts basically breeding them out of extinction, like, bro, that's insane. What's up with this guy? Like, what happened? Whoa, what happened? Like, I can't wait to read The Well of Ascension because they just keep name dropping it so much. And I am ready for it, baby. I am ready.
Then remembering for the future. With feruchemy? Sazed nodded, rubbing his fingers across the bracer on his right arm. This one is made of copper. It allows for the storage of memories and thoughts. Each keeper carries several bracers like this, filled with knowledge, songs, stories, prayers, histories, and languages. Many keepers have a particular area of interest. Mine is religion. But we all remember the entire collection. If just one of us survives until the death of the Lord Ruler, then the world's people will be able to recover all that they have lost. He paused, then pulled down his sleeve. Well, not all that was lost. There are still things we are missing. Your own religion, Vin said quietly. You never found it, did you? Sazed shook his head. The Lord Ruler implies in this logbook that it was our prophets that led him to the Well of Ascension. But even this is new information for us. What did we believe? What or whom did we worship? Where did these Terrace prophets come from, and how did they predict the future? I'm sorry. We continue to look, Mistress. We will find our answers eventually, I think. Even if we do not, we will still have provided an invaluable service for mankind. Our people call us docile and servile, but we have fought him in our own way. Vin nodded. So what other things can you store? Strength and memories? Anything else? Sazed eyed her. I have said too much already, I think. You understand the mechanics of what we do. If the Lord Ruler mentions these things in his text, you will not be confused. Sight, Vin said, perking up. That's why you wore glasses for a few weeks after you rescued me. You needed to be able to see better that night when you saved me, so you used up your storage. Then you spent a few weeks with weak vision so that you could refill it. Sazed didn't respond to the comment. He picked up his pen, obviously intending to turn back to his translation. Was there anything else, Mistress? Yes, as a matter of fact, Vin said, pulling the handkerchief from her sleeve. Do you have any idea what this is?
Yo, I just love it. I love it. I love it. I love the way anytime she starts questioning people, they all be like, you know what? Every time someone does that to her, literally every time I see someone do that to her, I feel like they're like, maybe you shouldn't be hanging out with Kelsier as much as you do. You know what I mean? It's like everyone questions whether she should actually be hanging around him. It's like, maybe we are a bad influence. Like that's how I feel like Hello? Yo, I have no idea what's going on. I'm so sorry. My stuff is tripping over here for some reason. I don't know where I cut out at, you guys. I don't know where I cut out at because I was yapping. I was yapping. So I don't know where. I don't know what. You know what I mean? I don't even know where I was at. All I know is bad influence. Yeah. You know, like every time they look at her, they're like, you know, man, maybe we are a bad influence on her. I just love it because she's like, nah, bro, y'all are a good influence. Like, teach me more. And they're like, maybe we shouldn't teach her this. I just love it. Like I said it at the top of the episode, right? It's like you have Kelsier, who is a girl dad, and then all of his brothers that are backing her up. You know what I mean? And they're like, yo, he's crazy. He's crazy. Watch out for him. Did I go too far down? No, I didn't. And then they start talking again, even more, discussing things. This is where we get another timestamp, quote unquote. We got a lot of timestamps in this portion of the reading. And this first timestamp was her saying, I turned 17 last week. So our little Vin is really growing up before our eyes. It's kind of insane how this is like, I don't even know what page this is, like 382, right? We're like 300 pages in right now. And we're 300 pages in, and we've really seen Vin grow up more and more. And now she is she's still a little girl, but you know what I mean? Like, she's growing up though. And everyone else also sees that she's growing up a little bit. Not too much though, just a little bit. But she's like, yo, I turned 17 last week, which inherently is still a very young thing to say. You know what I mean? Like, that's like saying I'm 17 and a half or something. You know, I'm 16 and a half. Like, anybody that says in a half, you're young. You know what I mean? Like, you are a child. If you say and a half, you're a child. That's it. There's nothing else to say about it, right? And that's how that felt. Like, you know, I just turned 17. I'm practically an adult already. Like, okay, stop the yapping, right? Right? I know it's been years since some of you guys were 17, so we're not, you know, if you can try to remember what that was like. Okay. Whew. Oh, damn. This is crazy. I didn't even realize this, but as she's talking to our guy Sazed, right? Sazed is just kind of informing her a whole bunch of stuff, and then you know, as she's talking about how she doesn't have time for anybody, he's like, hey, some people would love to have time for someone. And she's like, oh, shit, he's a eunuch. I forgot. And I'm like, oh, damn. I low-key forgot. I didn't forget, but it wasn't like at the front of my mind. Because I remember last week, I believe I had compared them to like the Unsullied, but just like, instead of being warriors, they're like intellectual warriors, basically, that got the mind going on. You feel me? So I really, like, yeah, so that's that. And then he's like, it's something I have never known enough to miss, mistress. Perhaps I am fortunate. A life in the underground does not make it easy to raise a family. Why, poor Master Hammond has been away from his wife for months. And I was like, oh shit, Ham's a father? I was like, no, I was like, Ham has a family? And then he was like, she's like, Ham's married? And he's like, of course. And so is Master Yeadon. Ooh. 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 Damn. Damn. Why you tell us like that? Damn. Oh, shit. Oh. Well, let's hope that doesn't come up again for some reason. Yeah. Yeah, that was yeah. So, and then he's like, yo, why are you asking me all these questions? He's like, don't you ever spend time talking with your friends? And then she's like, friends, I have friends. it was an odd realization. And then my margin was, she went from I'm just a kid that no one, I'm just a kid around to I have friends, right? And it's a beautiful turnaround for her character. I love it, man. I love Vin. She's an awesome character. We're able to experience so much from her eyes, and the way that we actually see her growing, it's just awesome. It's really cool. And it's like, and it's one of those things to where, why didn't you say anything? Well, you never asked, And I like stuff like that. I like, well, you never asked answers. I don't know why. I just like it. Oh, and then as we move on a little bit, right? She starts talking to Dox, and as she's talking to Dox, they like make a note to talk about how they're basically all ska, right? They are all ska. And that's something that I think could be, I don't want to say missed, but it's something that's not really glorified like that, right? Because we don't ever see ska act this way. But they're all ska. Like we learn over the course of this that they're all ska, you know what I mean? And it's like, well, yeah, we knew that, but the way that everyone is so different from how we have met any other ska, right? So it just kind of, it's like, damn, like, oh yeah, like, yeah, I forgot. And I think I asked this already, but I don't think the ska have any, like, revealing, they don't have any necessarily, like, revealing marks or anything like that show that they are different. But also, in order for all of them to be Mistings, means that they are half nobility, right? So it's kind of, it's kind of one of those things where you're like, oh yeah, well, maybe they're just all, I don't know what other term to use. I was gonna say white passing, but that's not right, right? That's not right. Nobility passing. I don't know. Maybe they're all noble passing. Like if they look noble, then they could pass as the noble. It's just crazy how much Brandon Sanderson really put into this. You know what I mean? Like that's some shit that really was going on. Like was the quote unquote passing looking in the features and okay, well you just look like us, Like that's real shit that was going on. So it's just crazy. He really thought about all that shit. So yeah, because I think it even makes a note of saying that in last week's reading that most ska aren't like all small and shit anymore because the mobility been the nobility just been doing what they've been doing for so long that all of them look, they all look a little bit more different now. And then when you have even more of the, that happening, boom, they immediately are now noble passing. Like that's just how it works. It's just like, damn, what a way, So I really like that. Again, solidifying they're all ska and all that good stuff. Vin's like, you were a plantation ska. Like we get the whole thing, right? We get the whole breakdown of what was going on. Another thing I was just not ready, like this chapter.
To lose a loved one to a lord's passion, or even to a lord's indifference. In fact, I wasn't supposed to be out after dark, you see. I braved the mists for the first time for her, and while many thought me foolish to go out at night, others got over their superstition and encouraged me. I think the romance inspired them. Carayan and I reminded everyone that there was something to live for. When Carayan was taken by Lord Devonshire, her corpse returned the next morning for burial. Something just died in the ska hovels. I left that next evening. I didn't know there was a better life, but I just couldn't stay. Not with Carayan's family there. Not with Lord Devonshire watching us work. Doxon sighed, shaking his head. Ben could finally see some emotion in his face. You know, he said, it amazes me sometimes that we even try. With everything they've done to us, the deaths, the tortures, the agonies, you'd think that we would just give up on things like hope and love. But we don't. Ska still fall in love. They still try to have families. And they still struggle. I mean, here we are, fighting Kel's insane little war, resisting a god we know is just going to slaughter us all. Vin sat quietly, trying to comprehend the horror of what he described. I thought you said that your lord was a kind one. Oh, he was, Doxson said. Lord Devonshire rarely beat his Ska to death, and he only purged the elderly when the population got completely out of control. He has an impeccable reputation among the nobility. You've probably seen him at some of the balls. He's been in Luthadel lately, over the winter, between planting seasons. Vin felt cold. Doxson, that's horrible. How could they let a monster like that among them? Doxson frowned. Then he leaned forward slightly, resting his arms on the desktop. Vin, they're all like that. I know that's what some of the Ska say, Dox, Vin said. But the people at the balls, they aren't like that. I've met them, danced with them. Dox, a lot of them are good people. I don't think they realize how terrible things are for the Ska. Doxson looked at her with a strange expression. Am I really hearing this from you, Vin? Why do you think we're fighting against them? Don't you realize the things those people, all of those people, are capable of? Cruelty, perhaps, Vin said, and indifference. But they aren't monsters. Not all of them. Not like your former plantation lord. Doxson shook his head. You just aren't seeing well enough, Vin. A nobleman can rape and murder a Ska woman one night, then be praised for his morality and virtue the next day. Ska just aren't people to them. Noble women don't even consider it cheating when their lord sleeps with a Ska woman. Vin trailed off, growing uncertain. This was the one area of noble culture she hadn't wanted to confront. Beatings she could perhaps forgive. But this... Doxson shook his head. You're letting them dupe you, Vin. Things like this are less visible in the cities because of whorehouses, but the murders still happen. Some brothels use women of very poor but noble birth. Most, however, just kill off their Ska whores periodically to keep the Inquisitors placated. Vin felt a little weak. I know about the brothel stocks. My brother always threatened to sell me to one. But just because brothels exist doesn't mean that all the men go to them. There are lots of workers who don't visit the Ska whorehouses. Noblemen are different, Vin, Doxson said sternly. They're horrible creatures. Why do you think I don't complain when Kelsier kills them? Why do you think I'm working with him to overthrow their government?
Shit.
You should ask some of those pretty boys you dance with how often they've slept with a Ska woman they knew would be killed a short time later. They've all done it, at one point or another. Vin looked down. They can't be redeemed, Vin, Doxson said. He didn't seem as passionate about the topic as Kelsier. He just seemed resigned. I don't think that Kel will be happy until they're all dead. I doubt we have to go that far, or even that we can. But I, for one, would be more than happy to see their society collapse. Vin sat quietly. They can't all be like that, she thought. They're so beautiful, so distinguished. Elend has never taken and murdered a Ska woman. Has he?
Damn. Poor thing, bruh. That just poor Vin. She just so lost in the sauce, right? I mean, she's still a kid. She's leading a double life. These people are her friends. Like, how do you really... Yo, welcome to the Super Fam, Ronald. I appreciate you. How do you really, like, damn. And then my margin here was, I love seeing how different Dox is, but also seeing how much he still agrees with Kelsier. Like, we never really get to see that side of Dox. We haven't got to see it yet until this point. It's been seeming like he was doing it more quote unquote reluctantly, kind of like Marsh, right? But nah, man, like just like Marsh, they all know that they gotta die, bro. Like, they gotta die. Like, these people can't just go on living, man. Like, the things they're doing to the women, and not just the women, but the children too. They need to go, bro. Like, that's just sometimes how it is. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. And I love the way he says, you're letting them dupe you. Bro, nobody is holding punches with her. No one. Everyone is being very blunt, very honest. Even Kelsier in the last portion that we read, right? He was like, hey, Don't let the balls and the gowns and don't let that fool you, okay? And now we have that kind of same, the same discussion, the same, altercation, right? We have that same altercation happening here between Vin and Dox, and it's not one of those, oh, I thought you weren't like him. Nah, it was completely different. So I just love that, yo. I love that. What a chapter. What a freaking chapter, yo. I really like that chapter. I want to know how you guys felt about it. Let me know how you guys felt about that chapter. 1 out of 10. Let me know how you guys felt about it in the chat down below. And let's jump back into the chat. Yo, what's up with it, Bliss? How you doing? I hope you're having a fantastic day today. The narrator is so good. Yeah, Kramer did his thing on this. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, in certain portions, I guess you could say. You know what I mean? But he did it good. He did good. He did good. You know. Every time I hear Kramer, I gotta remind myself I'm not listening to the Wheel of Time. Yeah. I did not listen to his versions of the Wheel of Time. I listened to Rosamund Pike. Rosamund, yeah, right? Isn't that her name? Yeah, she did her thing. Give us the lore facts. The Lord Ruler is whiny. He was definitely whining. She is a child. Yeah, she is a child. I agree. I love these info dumps so much. Yeah, info dumps are lovely. Kramer's voice in the lore moments, I love Kramer's voice in the lore moments, especially. He has such gravitas. Yeah, that's what I like. I like those. Those are the moments I like too. Is when he's reading like when he's dropping lore about the world. Like that. Yeah, that just hits. That just hits. Vin reminds me of Wednesday Addams. She does have kind of a Wednesday Addams vibe to her, doesn't she? Yeah, she definitely has a. Yeah, she has a Wednesday vibe. Love says it so much. For real, he's that guy. Always read it Sazed. I think that's the way that I read it the first time, but then when we actually listened to the reading, we were like, I was like, oh, it's Sazed. Wait a minute. It's not Sazed, it's Sazed. Sazed's book club? Facts. Brando Sando will do that a lot. I think what you're talking about is when I said he inverted the limits of one magic system into its own magic system for the other. I think that's what that was about. I love that. I really don't know if I've seen that before. I can't think of anything that did that. Oh, yeah. Come on, Marisu. You knew what was coming as soon as you pressed enter on this one. You knew. I clicked the video and immediately subbed. I love the format you're doing. I'll have to go back later to catch up. Yo, I appreciate you, Larkin. You can definitely check it out. I think we have an entire playlist for Mistborn, if I'm not mistaken, and I think this video is a part of that playlist. It should be. I don't know how you check that on your end of YouTube. I just know that I put it in the playlist on my end. So I don't know what needs to happen for those things to connect. I'll actually start posting the link in the description box as well, so you guys are able to follow along with it that way, because we have been doing this for the entirety of this book, and we'll do it for the entirety of other books. We did this for book 1 of Wheel of Time and book 2. So book 1 and 2 of Wheel of Time, those from Watcher to Reader series, are up in their own playlist. This Mistborn series is in its own playlist, and it is actively still going week by week. And then we will do it for the next book as well. I think, yeah, we're doing, basically we're going to be doing the entirety of the Mistborn Trilogy. So that's happening. And then when Wheel of Time season 2 happens, we're going to jump back to that. Welcome to the Superfam, though. Here it comes, and whatever. Yo, what's up, it's Silent?
Hello there.
Welcome in. Oh, that was a little wet. Pause. Okay, that was that. That happened. Just got done running a bunch of errands. Now I can listen to the stream. Yo, appreciate you this Harlan. I hope you had a good day. They're the fun uncles, not to be confused with funny uncles. Okay, I got you though. I understand. I remember one time I said I was 11 and a half. An adult made fun of me. Never said that again. Yo, yeah, like it's happened to the best of us, right? Like, oh, nah, you feel me? I'm 11 and a half, or I'm 12 and a half. I'm almost 13. That's the real one, right? Because you're almost a teenager and you're like, yo, I'm 12 and a half. I'm almost 13. It's like, and like, so what? Go to your room anyway. Like, yeah. Yeah. Yo, it's just so funny to look back and think about how we all thought we was big kahunas. You know what I mean? We thought we was them. Yeah, the gang secrets is nice. I love that there's secrets between them, right? No one knows everything about everybody, and no one asks. But they're still bros, and they're still riding and dying. Hell yeah. Ham is a little piggy that went to the town, for real. Noble passing, that's a good way to put it. Hell, I don't know what else to call it. Like Darwin's finches, separate populations long enough, you will get differences. Facts. Vin can still be so naive. It's so crazy to me. That was insane to me, the fact that she was like really defending them though. I was like, what? That's crazy. And again, welcome to the Super Fam. It's so powerful having this speech from Docs because he's the reasonable one. Yeah, he's the reasonable and careful one. Yes, exactly. And it just brings it into more clarification that the shit that's going on is bad on every level. It's not just, it's not some of them, it's all of them. You know what I mean? And I just really like that. But he does agree with Kel 100%. Facts. But they're so pretty. They can't be all bad. Confirmation Vin is a teenager. Good point, Marisu. Super good point. I gotta wrap up, but I'll watch the rest of the vid later. Keep on keeping on. Yo, appreciate you, Zybus. Have a good rest of your night. Sleep well and wake. Appreciate you being here with us. Hope we catch you on the next one. What's funny is I actually do celebrate my half birthday because my sister's birthday is my half and my birthday is her half. Oh, so y'all like celebrate each other's half's birthdays? That's pretty dope. I like that. That's cool. Whoa. That's insane too. Like, that's one of those, Mom, Dad, what was y'all doing? Yo, what's going on? Like, like, yo, what's happening here? 11/28 and 5/28, so we always make a big deal of shouting each other out for our half birthdays. Oh, that's dope. That's dope. That's definitely dope. I like that. I ain't never heard of that before, and I like that. Alrighty then. Let's get it cracking and move on to chapter 23.
I sleep but a few hours each night. We must press forward, traveling as much as we can each day. But when I finally lie down, I find sleep elusive. The same thoughts that trouble me during the day are only compounded by the stillness of night. And above it all, I hear the thumping sounds from above, the pulsings from the mountains, drawing me closer with each beat. 23.
Yo. Yo, cooking, right? Cooking. And I love the way we start this chapter, y'all. I love the way we start this chapter. I'm not gonna lie, because y'all know I've been waiting for politics the entire time. And we kind of get just a taste of it here. And I think... Here, I'm not going to go on a big rant tangent here. I'm just going to go on a little itty-bitty one. It's not even going to be a full tangent or full rant. It's not going to be a rant, right? It's just going to be a little bit of thing that I got to say. A little bitty. Earlier in the video, I was talking about how when I was reading this portion, right, it really made me wish that we got some more POVs as well, right? And this chapter, the beginning of this chapter, is really what made me feel it, because we finally get that hint of all of the seeds that have been sown and kind of seeing how they've been actually playing out, right? And I like stuff like that. I really do. I like hearing things in passing. I like overhearing lore and stuff like that. But I really, really like being able to see it happen as well, right? I like hearing the rumors spread from one person to another, and I think sometimes those rumors spreading by that person is really dope too, right? It just works really well. Like, I can't help but make this example because I'm not trying to compare it to Wheel of Time by any means, but what I'm saying is that in Wheel of Time, right, Rand and Matt, really Rand's name gets talked about, and he gets talked about throughout almost the entire, entire continent almost is what it seems like, right? Slowly but surely as he makes his way from place to place. And then from the POV of our other characters that were with the other main characters, right, we're able to overhear certain things that are going on with other people. And that's kind of what I wish we got to see. Like, I wish we got to see Breeze out somewhere or something and then overhear something, That would be solid. But I like that it's also Vin. I like that Vin is the reason. Like, Vin is the character that we do that through all the time. It happens multiple times with Vin to where she's overhearing something or this or that. And it's strategically made that way because she is the MC, right? Like, I just really like that. I really like it in both ends. I like it. I really like how it's done in Wheel of Time, but I also like how it's done here with Vin just kind of overhearing the things, and it's like, oh yeah, let's go. Like let's go, Like, I really like that. So, yeah, man. I just wanted to say that real quick because when they start talking about all the stuff that's happening, right? I'm like, oh, this is dope. Like, okay, I remember this happened. I remember that happened. I remember that's going on. It's like, it has me hyped because it's like, these are all the things that we know have happened in the past, in the previous text, that have led us to this moment. So, little rant tangent over. But yeah, so Millen Davenport is who we find out our girl is with right now, at the little date. And they're all in like a little huddle, all yapping and talking about stuff. And Lady Kliss is the one that is doing all of the gossip. And I like that. I like it, right? I like it. She's like, they say that the deaths of the Geffenry brothers were a relation for the murder of Lord Entron, or retaliation, for Lord Entron. Let's see. You remember when Lord Entron was found dead in the Tekiel Gardens? Well, it seemed obvious that one of House Tekiel's enemies had killed him, but House Geffenry has been petitioning Tekiel for an alliance, apparently. A faction within the house thought that if something happened to inflame the Tekiels, they would be more willing to seek allies. You're saying that the Geffenry purposely killed the Tekiel ally? Like, I like that. I like the gossip that's happening at the ball, which is one of the main reasons she's going to the ball, is to hear the gossip and see if the things that they are trying to do is actually happening correctly. You know what I mean? That's why I'm like, I'm not complaining that we don't get more POVs. I just kind of wish that we did. You feel me? Like, I feel like there's a difference in that. But yeah, I was like, ooh, like, this is crazy. So by secretly killing Lord Entron, whatever, Geffenry hoped to get the allegiance it needs. That would give it access to those Tekiel Canal routes through the Eastern Plains. Excuse me. So we're moving. And then it's like, yo, but it backfired. It's like, oh, snap. Like, ooh. I like it a lot. Okay, 1 second. Sorry, I heard a child screaming, and I had to make sure everything was all right. Child is fine. The baby is fine. He's no baby. Um, Yo, my dad senses started going crazy. I was like, wait a minute, what was that? Okay. Okay. Yes. Yeah, the conversations are going crazy. I love it. I love it. So, and then it says that she had dozens of little tidbits that would be vital use to the crew's efforts. Such as House Venture, the family was bunkering. Yeah, House Venture family was bunkering up for what it expected to be an extended house war. One evidence of this was the fact that Ellen attended far fewer balls than he once had. So we got a whole bunch of things going on and coming up, and we are seeing all these seeds being sown. So much so that it's just a lot of, and all of these things that are happening are such, not sidewinders, smoke screens. Like, all of the stuff that's going on is a smoke screen so we don't see the other thing that's going to go on. And then we finally get another answer to what the obligators are doing there when Millen is talking with his boys, and they're like, Millen is talking with his boys, and they're he's like, okay, y'all think I'm not gonna come tomorrow? All right, bet. So he calls the obligator over. He drops coins in his hands, and he's like, I promise to meet these two for shell dry tomorrow. And then the obligator smiles, holds the coins, and he says, I witnessed this, Lord Millen, or Millen, whatever his name is, and then he walks away. And then it says, the obligator turned, not giving Vin a second glance, and strolled away. Very interesting to make a note that he didn't notice her. You know, I'm like, what does that mean? Why did you make a note that he didn't notice her? I don't know. Interesting. And then we find out a little bit more about the obligators as well. And we find out that they witness every merchant. No. It says they must know everything. If nobility called them over to witness things this simple, then they also had to witness every mercantile contract. They could authorize weddings, divorces, land purchases, ratify inheritance titles. If an obligator hadn't witnessed an event, it hadn't happened. And if one hadn't sealed a document, then it might as well not have been written. So that's just freaking amazing. That was amazing. I just love that. I love it. And then Vin's like, all right, bet, I'm about to be up out of here. And Kliss, since she's a huge gossip, she like, well, if you leave, you're never gonna know what news I have. You know what I mean? She does the textbook reel in, the textbook fishing reel in to try to, she's baiting her for show. And then Vin stops and she's like, what news? And it says Kliss's eyes twinkled as she glanced at the disappearing obligator. So she's all excited to share her gossip that she has. The Inquisitors are buzzing like insects. They've hit twice as many ska thieving bands these last few months as usual. They don't even take prisoners. They just leave them all dead. And we've already seen this happen once, and now we see that they're doing it again and again and again. So it's like, whoa, why are they ramping up on the ska? They are ramping up on the ska, right? Let's see. And then Shan's bitch ass pulls up, obviously being a straight asshole. Bruh, I forgot. Shan called her homely and lumpish. That was crazy. Like, that was crazy. Like, I was like, yo, homely and lumpish is pretty diabolical. Yeah, that was pretty diabolical. Oh, yeah. And then Vin obviously knows that she's trying to use Allomancy on her. She wants her to figure out what Ellen is doing. She already knows, so since the Allomancy stuff doesn't work on her, she just blocks it out. Poof, poof. Oh, yeah, and then as she sees Ellen, she basically goes up to him and just immediately pops off. She immediately pops off. Like, she goes up to him and she's like, she starts crying. And he's like, yo, what's going on? Come talk to me. And he's like, and then this is my margin when I said she has to be so confused about all of her emotions. Because it's like she's never had to deal with any of these feelings before. And now these feelings are something that she's dealing with consistently. Different feelings, right? Feelings of anger, feelings of camaraderie, feelings of love, feelings of tenderness. You know what I'm saying? She's getting all these different feelings going on, and she don't know what to do with them. And then she's just like, she just bum rushes them, and she's like, we get a little bit of lore here too, not a lot, but just a little bit. It says Ellen didn't pay attention to the mists like most noblemen. Whoa. Ellen didn't pay any attention to the mists like most noblemen. They considered fear of the mist to be a foolish ska superstition. So if we circle back, we know that, they just, like the mist is something that the ska are afraid of, and just giving us yet another thing to question as to why. It definitely seems like the Lord Ruler, like, instilled these feelings somehow. I don't know, man. It's just like, why, bro? Why make mist wraiths? Like, I don't even know if the Lord Ruler has the possibility to make mist wraiths, but, like, why are all of these things going on? What the hell is happening? And she's like, yo, have you ever slept with a ska woman? And he's like, who told you that? Which is basically the thing that you never say, Who told you that is basically saying, well, yes. Like, how do you know the truth? It's just a confirmation. And then she's like, Lord and Ruler, it's true. He has. And then we find out, bro, this is so heartbreaking. Ellen says, it happened when I was 13. My father thought it was time for me to become a man, and I didn't even know they were going to kill the girl afterwards. Honestly, I didn't know. And it's like, damn, that's that is fucked. Like, that is, whoa. That is fucked. Like, there's nothing else to say. That is fucked up. Like, that's, whoa. Man. Damn. And the Father of the Year award goes to, am I right? Like, what the hell? and then they talk about it. They get all of their, not questions, but they get everything, out in the open and let it be known. And then I also made a margin of, I love how he's explaining himself to her, because like, he very easily could have just been like, bro, why is you asking me these questions? But or just not answer them, right? I mean, that like, he could have just as easily did that, especially since they haven't even been like talking like that as of late, right? So he could very much just be like, brush it off and just go about his own damn business if he wanted to. But he likes her. He feels for her and all these things. So he tries to express himself to her and let it be known that, she doesn't, not that she doesn't have anything to worry about necessarily, but he's telling her the truth. And that's what, I mean, come on, truth is better than anything. Am I correct, ladies and gents? And then we find out that a third of the noblemen do these things. A third of the noblemen are doing things like that, and he tries to stay away from the people that do that. And we also find out that he's been staying away from Vin because Vin has been hanging around people that he don't really hang around with. So he ain't being around her because he don't like to be around those people. Oh, shit, son. The plot thickens. You know what I mean? Like, the plot thickens. Like, bro, it really seems like bruh is he's really trying to be a nice dude, or as nice of a dude as he could be. Oh, and I love this part too. When she's like, the guy that I was talking to said that all noblemen and all Luthadel men are terrible, and that the court women don't even consider it cheating when their men sleep with ska whores. And he's like, I dare you to find me one lady who isn't bothered with her husband when her husband dallies with another, ska or noble. And I was like, damn, son, that is a good rebuttal. Like, nah, yeah, G. Like, yes, yeah. Damn, yeah. And then he's like, yo, and then he shows that he still feels bad for it. She consoles him. She's like, yo, it's not your fault. Your father just sucks, which is a fact. His father does suck. And then Ellen kind of goes Batman for a second, right? He's like, someone needs to stop these kinds of things from happening. I was like, yo, Ellen. I was like, yo. Ellen is about to go rogue on their ass, bro. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, wait, is Ellen actually like a really good dude for real? Because they painted him so far as a good dude, but you never know. You can't just trust people, Marsh. And bruh said, and then my guy Ellen, he said, you probably aren't the first lady I've made cry at a bar, excuse me. You're not the first lady I've made cry at a ball. But you are the first one I've made cry that I sincerely care about. I'm like, oh, bro, okay. Bro got the skibidi riz, you feel me? You got the skibidi riz. I love that she was going off on him for real, because she was going off on Ellen, yo. Like, she was going off on Ellen. That was hilarious. The nobility wouldn't have to be purged. That was their tactic. Vin would have to make certain that sort of thing didn't happen, no matter what bloodline one had. So we see that, like it's going down. And then she keeps using the Lord Ruler's name, yo. She's like, Lord Ruler, Vin thought. I'm starting to think like the others. It's almost like I think that we can change things. And then she starts like, I don't know, yo. Like, she starts like, I don't know, bruh. She just starts revealing a lot of information. I didn't like that. I was like, yo, what are you doing? Don't say any of this stuff to this guy. Like, don't do this. My margins just kept saying, why is she talking so much? Why? She's saying too much and still lying? Like, what's going on? Why is she saying all of this? But I understand you kind of got to try to leak a little bit of info, see where it go, and try to, like, build those bonds. But I'm still, like, just baffled. But I like the way that she tries to hold up appearances by saying, like, you know, Runaway Sky, she helped them, and all this little stuff. Like, she's talking about the little stuff that she's done, but it's also big stuff. But as a way to try to get locked in with him. And then Ellen's like, yo, I actually came to the party tonight for a specific reason. You know, I'm supposed to be having a meeting. And then my boy comes up with Riz level 10,000 yet again. You might want to keep that handkerchief. It wasn't intended to be simply functional. Okay, Ellen, spit your shit. My guy was coming trying to riz her up. I was like, yo, what is going on? And she's like, oh, thank you. And he's like, yo, that other man might have had a lead on me because of my foolishness, but I'm not that foolish that I would pass up the chance to not give him a little competition. Like, bruh, like, come on, man. He's that guy. Oh, and then she and then Sazed pulls up on her randomly and she jumps because she doesn't even know that he was coming for her, which I love. And then she's like, yo, Lord Ellen Venture just disappeared down that stairwell with his Hastings and LaCall friends. And then Sazed's like, what happened to your makeup? And then she's like, never mind that, I need to follow him. And he's like, is that another handkerchief, mistress? He's like, you have been busy. And she's like, Sazed, are you listening to me? And my margin is like, I love that Sazed is trying to get the deets before anything, bro. He is trying to get the details. He's like, yo, wait a minute. Your makeup is running. You got another handkerchief. What's going on here? Like, he's like, what's happening? Yo, I love it. I just love that. And then she's like, yo, I would use allomancy, but I need your permission. And then he's like, yeah, go ahead. So she goes off doing her badass thing. She stepped around the corner, stood before the stone railing in the mist beyond. The beautiful swirling void. It's been far too long, she thought, reaching into her sleeve, pulling out a vial of metals. She downed it eagerly and got out a small handful of coins. And blissfully, she hopped up onto the railing and threw herself out into the dark mists. Tin gave her sight as the wind flapped at her dress. Pewter gave her strength as she turned her eyes toward the buttress-like wall running between the tower and the main keep. Steel gave her power as she threw a coin downward, sending it into the darkness. She lurched in the air. The air resistance fluttered her dress, and she felt like she was trying to pull a bale of cloth behind her, but her allomancy was strong enough to deal with that. Ellen's tower was the next one over. She needed to get onto the wall-top walkway that ran between it and the central tower. Vin flared steel, pushing herself up a bit higher, then flung another coin into the mist behind her. When it hit the wall, she used it to shoot herself forward, slamming into her target wall just a bit too low, folds of cloth cushioning the blow, but she managed to grab the lip of the walkway above, and an unenhanced Vin would have trouble pulling herself up onto the wall, but Vin the Allomancer easily scrambled over the side. Like, bro, cooking. Like, that shit is, I love it. I love how badass it is. You know what I mean? How just unapologetically badass it is to see it all go together. Like, damn. And then she sneaks up on the secret meeting and gets all of the details that she's trying to get. She overhears 5 people talking. And immediately Ellen starts dropping all of the details that that she just gave him to his boys at this meeting. I mean, he probably trusts them, obviously, but still, it's like, bruh, I just told you all of this shit that could get me killed, and then we turn around, and then you turn around and go tell other people, like, immediately. I would be a little bit like, no, you know what I mean? But they start talking about the book, all this good stuff. And then he's like, yo, what's reading? Like what, like, there's no good in reading and all this stuff. They're just talking. And Jason says, two of us are house heirs. The other three are second heirs. Someday we'll be in charge. If we put these ideas into effect, fairness, diplomacy, and moderation, we can exert pressure even on the Lord Ruler. And then someone's like, bro, you might be a powerful house, but he ain't, and he ain't. Like, I was like, damn, Kavo. I think it was Kavo. Like, no, Kavo didn't do that. It was someone else. It was whoever the fifth voice belonged to. I don't know if we ever got a name for the fifth voice. Yeah, I don't think we ever got a name to that fifth voice, actually. Now that I'm looking, I'm like, damn. And then we get to mention that every year the nobility grows weaker. Our ska belong to the Lord Ruler, as does our land. His obligators determine who we can marry and what we can believe. Our canals, even our canals, are officially his property. Ministry assassins kill men who speak out too openly or who are too successful. This is no way to live. It's like, okay, everybody is kind of tired of the way of life right now. Well, at least almost everybody. At least these 5 dudes are. And then, of course, randomly, Kelsier pops up and he's like, Vin. And she's like, what the I love it. I love it. And then, apparently, Kelsier has been checking up on these dudes ever since she talked about them. And he knows that they're like they don't like the Lord Ruler. And like, he knows everything. And that was hilarious because he's like such a dad. He's such a dad like that. Like he is such a dad. He's like, yo, no, ever since you told me who they were, I've been watching them for the last, I've been watching them for the last 6 months. Like, bro, what? Excuse me, Kelsier? Just a bunch of nobles doing noble things. Like, wow. He's like, they are not trying to overthrow the Lord Ruler. They're just yapping about power. And then he's like, I promise not to kill any of them, all right? And then Ben just nods. I'm like, damn, bro. Even the fact that he got to be like, I promise I won't kill any of them is crazy. Bro is a freaking menace for real. Like, he is a straight menace. And then I love this part right here. Kelsier's like, I promise not to tell Sazed that you were going around using allomancy. And then she's like, he told me I could. And then he goes, he did. And then she's like, and then she nods. And it just kind of made me think of, like, just parents, literally. Like, when it's like, yo, who's, like, go to bed. Like, oh, mom told me I could play the game. It's like, oh, she did. Like, or dad told me I could play the game. And then mom's like, oh, she did. I just really like that. I really like that. There's little subtle things like that that go on between them. Yeah, and I love that. Yeah, so I had a good time with chapter 23, and I hope you guys did too. Tell me how you guys were feeling about chapter 23. You can give it a rating of 10 in the comment section down below. I always love these chapters when Vin is like at the ball and all these other things, but I also feel like, I don't want to say they're lackluster, but I feel like they're also the chapters that don't have as much in them, right? It's like the chapters are super long, but they won't have as much like lore or like necessarily world building or stuff like that really going on, because it's the time for us to catch up on all of the rumors and stuff like that that are happening. And I really liked it. I still really liked it. I'm just saying, you know, again, I'm not trying to say it's lackluster or anything like that, because the last time we were at a ball was the first time we got to read that book, and that was awesome. So I love the way that these things are kind of interwoven with each other. You know, it just makes me hype. I love this book. We will be reading Mistborn Trilogy, yo. Like, for sure, for sure. Some parents have schedules. Okay, look, I guess I'm not the best to talk about that because, yeah. Yeah. I do have children that share birthdays. That's all I'll say. Anyway, it's also funny that both of her kids are born on the 30th of their months. Yo, that's dope. There probably is a schedule. Facts. People talk about Rand that don't even know they're talking about Rand. Just that nice, tall redhead they met. That's very true. That's hella true. Yeah, I dig that. That's funny. Honestly, that's making me want book 3 earlier. Oh, Wheel of Time? Oh. But yes, the gossip and the politics are so much fun. Ooh, is there a lot of gossip and politics in the third book? Okay, can't wait to read that. Call her Iroh because got all this shit in front of me. I hate gossip, but I will absolutely listen to it. Nah, that's crazy. Nah, that's wild. What happened? Nah. Hold on. Oh, I see. There we go. That should be the right one. Mistborn is all types of messed up. It is not YA. Yeah, facts. Ah, yes, sprinkle some trauma for Ellen. Yeah, you gotta get a little sprinkle of trauma in there, or else how do you ever like the character? Right? Like, just because the characters are YAs, these topics are heavy. Facts. That is very true. Essay is turning out to be a much bigger part of the series than advertised. Yes, I definitely agree with that. I was not prepared for that at all. Like, it was there in the beginning of the... it's like in the beginning of the book, obviously, and Kelsier stops it from happening, and you're like, oh, okay, cool. Like, he stops it. All right. But then it's like, ooh. Ew. Damn. What do you think of that age gap? Wait, what age gap? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, I had to check out for a minute to go listen to new Kendrick Lamar track. Bro, I didn't even know you was here. Occam, what's at it? I hope you had a good one, G. My husband was listening to it next to me. Well, now we all got to check it out. It's not as much of a, oh, shit, as Not Like Us, but I still think if I was Drake, I'd go back to Canada and maybe try to be on Degrassi again. That's funny, bro. That's funny. I'm not gonna lie. I'm pretty sure Drake is like a millionaire, my guy. I'm pretty sure Kendrick is the last thing on his mind, bro. I think each other are the last thing on both of their minds, to be completely honest. They are getting a bag for dropping these diss tracks, bro. Every song they drop, they getting a bag for it, bro. Let the beef go on for as long as they can milk the bag. That's what they're doing. They're rage baiting. They're rage baiting with music, bro. Ellen is so smooth. Is that another handkerchief? Yo, yeah, bro. Bro, it's going. I love that. I just love that. I just imagine says it in a British accent. Like, what's all this? What's all this then? What's all this then? Yeah, facts. Like, facts, though. I can't express to you enough how I see bruh from Princess Diaries. Like, her right-hand butler dude. You feel me? Like, her guy. That's who I see say that. Like, say that is him in my brain. Like, you feel me? Okay, how many hankies do you have? Do you think she'll buy? Okay, how many hankies do you think she'll have by the end? Oh, okay, that's a good question, I guess. It seems like people really are taking a liking to her, and she's like slowly coming up. You feel me? Slowly but surely. Just a little treason. Yo, what's up with it, Tina?
Hello there.
Hope you're having a fantastic Wednesday, a wonderful reading Wednesday, a little razzle dazzle of treason on it. You know what I mean? When your dad is a cop and runs background checks on your friends. Like, why is bro like, he knew exactly where she was because he's been in her very spot listening to them have a conversation. That's what I pictured. It's like him being where she was, and like he was going to his normal spot to listen, and then he saw that Vin was there instead. Like, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. Again, Vin and her two dads. Exactly. Vin and her two dads indeed. Like, oh, he told you could go out tonight, did he? Huh? It's a school night. 8.5 out of 10, good chapter. I feel that. The journal 8 at the beginning of this chapter because I felt I sleep but a few hours each night in my soul. Hey, deadass. Me too, man. Me too. I feel that for real, for real. Oh, man. Oh, shit. That was my headset that fell. That's why we put that there. Deception. Disgrace. The oppression is so real. Okay, here y'all go. Here y'all go talking that yap. Do I need to bring in the big... Yo, just let me know. Do we got to bring in the big guns? What do we got to do? You feel me? What's going on? What's going on? Do we got to bring Omnipig in this G thing or what? Ellen is 21 and Vin is 17. Ooh, I didn't know that. Ooh. It's not a good look, my boy. That is not a good look at all. Ooh. 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 Ellen is 21 and Vin is 17? Sheesh. That's all right. Well. That's crazy. Vin just turned 17, which is almost 18, which basically rounds up to 20. So, like, they're really the same age. What type of R. Kelly math is that? No. We're not doing that. Yo, no. No. No, stop, because I literally just watched Princess Diaries before this stream. Yo, I'm telling you, like, Sazed is him. I can't think of Brez's name from Princess Diaries, but that's who he is, yo. That's who he is, unequivocally. It's only pronounced as Sazed in Canada. It's Sazi in the States. I feel like that joke has just went completely over my head. Cherie should she be taxed? Should she be taxed? Oh, Mari Sue. Okay, see, now I feel like you should get taxed because she said all more Mari Sue. So now that means you definitely had something go. Tax yourself for saying the pig puns. I had a pig pun? When did I have a pig pun? It was funny, trust me. It was funny. Trust me. Trust me, I'm a comedian. It was funny. Omnipig is a fascist. Yo, Omnipig is not a fascist, okay? All right? You take that back. Oh, man. Omnipig wants to take our rights and our ATM away from us? Oh, so now Omnipig is the Lord Ruler, huh? Okay. All right. I guess Vin and Ellen fall into Romeo and Juliet laws because they're 4 years apart. Oh. Okay. I forgot that the Romeo and Juliet law was even a thing. And I mean, this is not okay, but isn't age of consent in like New York 16 or something like that? It's something weird in some of these places. Like, bro, we definitely need to do some reevaluating of some laws. You know what I mean? Like, we gotta do some checking out of things. All right. Like, Zed is the last. Marisu. Marisu was like, nah, you're going to understand the joke. And I don't care what the cost is. You're going to understand that shit is funny. Yo. Whew. Yeah, it's 17 in New York. Crazy. Told you it was funny. You're like, nah, you're gonna understand this shit. Marisu, you're such a menace, yo. You be having me rolling. I can't even lie. All right.
You said? You should probably have Says fetch you a cloak before you leave the party. You've got ash all over the front of your dress. I'll meet you back at Clubs' shop. Have the carriage drop you and Says it off there, then continue on out of the city. That'll keep up appearances. Vin nodded again, and Kelsier winked and jumped off the wall into the mists. In the end, I must trust in myself. I have seen men who have beaten from themselves the ability to recognize truth and goodness, and I do not think I am one of them. I can still see the tears in a young child's eyes and feel pain at his suffering. If I ever lose this, then I will know that I've passed beyond hope of redemption.
Oh my God, bro. And my margin right here. Oh no. Oh no, you're not gonna be. Oh, bam. Lived long enough to become the villain. You can't really see it. Lived long enough to become the villain. Oh shit. Lived
24.
long enough. Oh, okay, yeah, I knew I did something.
Kelsier was already at the shop.
Good God. Boom. Yeah, lived long enough to become the villain, yo. And because that's just what it sounds like. He basically said, bruh, if I ever live long enough to forget these things, I will become the villain. And it's like, damn, son, I guess you became the villain, my boy. But also, and like, I don't know, man. On one hand, it feels like it's the work of somebody else that's going to fight the Lord Ruler. But nah, it's like this is the Lord Ruler going to fight the Deepness, which I guess at that time was the Lord Ruler. From all the stuff that they've said about the Deepness, it seems to be some kind of Cthulhu monster thing. Like, that's what it seems like it is to me, but I don't know. So as Vin gets back to the shop, she's all excited to see Ham. She's all, Ham, you're back. Like, I expected them to, like, hug and for him to, like, pick Vin up and, like, twirl her around. You know what I mean? Like, that's the type of relationship it seems like they might have, you know? She's like, yo, it seems like you were gone forever. He's like, yo, I had to wear a uniform. Even Plantation Scott don't have to deal with that kind of torture. And she's like, try wearing a formal gown sometimes. I just love that they're all joking and just you know, having a good time. And then Ham's like, it seems like you turned into a proper young lady while I was gone. I just love how they all are actively aware of what's going on with her. You know what I mean? And then it says, and she's like, you know, hardly, you know, and then she sips the wine, and then of course my guy says it comes through, and he's like, yo, she's growing quite proficient at courtly arts, better than any actual nobles that I've known, you know, many actual nobles that I've known. And then they just make a joke, you know, humility, Vin, where'd you learn that habit from? And Kelsey's like, not from me. Of course she didn't learn that from you. Like, they're so bros. I love it. I love that they're just bros. And then Spock is there, but he's not saying anything. You know what I mean? And then he's like, and then she says, we'll have to deal with him sometimes, but not tonight. Here we go with Ham. Okay, I love this. And then Dox walks in, and he's like, that vest looks familiar. And then Ham's like, I ripped the arms off my uniform coat. And he goes, you didn't. Then says with a smile, you did it. And he's like, yo, those things cost money. And here we go with Ham being a philosopher. Everything costs money. But what is money? A physical representation of the abstract concept of effort? Well, wearing that uniform for so long was a pretty mean effort. I'd say that this vest and I are even now. And Dox just rolls his eyes. Like, everybody's like, bro, we have no time for these types of things, my boy. And then Kelsier says, I'm going to need a few physical representations of concept of effort myself. I'd like to rent a small warehouse to conduct some of my informant meetings. Like, bruh. and then he's like, assuming we keep Vin's wardrobe budget under control, what did you do to that gown, young lady? Bruh, I can't handle it. It's like Full House, you know what I mean? It's like Full House up in this thing, bro. Like, everyone, all the dudes are such girl dads, and I just love it, man. I love it, bro. I love it. And then Vin's like, oh, maybe the dress is more messed up than I thought it was. And this is where my margin said bunch of girl dads and uncles. And then Spock, Kelsier, Ham, Spock, Kelsier, Ham, and Dox basically have a conversation in whatever dialect it is that Spock speaks in. Spock's like, nicing the knot on the playing without. And then Breeze is like, bruh, I meant to write down the actual...
Pretend it was coherent, then move on.
I meant to write when this happens. Oh, wait, I went to the exact spot. Let's go.
I'm dying of anticipation, Breeze said. He turned his cane toward Lestebornis. Spook,
Spock.
drink. Spook rushed over and fetched Breeze a cup of wine. He's such a fine lad, Breeze noted, accepting the drink. I barely even have to nudge him allomantically. If only the rest of you ruffians were so accommodating. Spook frowned. Nicing the knot on the playing without. I have no idea what you just said, child, Breeze said, so I'm simply going to pretend it was coherent, then move on. Kelsier rolled his eyes. Losing the stress on the nip, he said, nodding without the needing of care. Riding the ride of the ridge to the right, Spook said with a nod. What are you two babbling about? Breeze said testily. Wasing the was of brightness, Spook said. Nip the having of wishing of this. Ever wasing the doing of this, Kelsier agreed. Ever wasing the wish of having the have, Ham added with a smile. Brighting the wish of wasing the not. Breeze turned to Doxson with exasperation. I believe our companions have finally lost their minds, dear friend. Doxson shrugged. Then with a perfectly straight face, he said, Wasing not of wasing is. Breeze sat dumbfounded, and the room burst into laughter. Breeze rolled his eyes indignantly, shaking his head and muttering about the crew's gross childishness. Vin nearly choked on her wine as she laughed. What did you even say? She asked of Doxson, as he sat down beside her. I'm not sure, he confessed. It just sounded right. I don't think you said anything, Dox, Kelsier said. Oh, he said something, Spook said. It just didn't mean anything. Kelsier laughed.
Bruh, I was rolling. I was actually rolling. I'm like, bro, they're such a family, you know? Like, they're bros. Like they... like, and I love how everybody just kept adding on to it. Like, bruh, I like it. I like it, bruh. I'll say that's one thing that I really think differentiates stuff a lot is this book has a shit ton of humor in it, and I don't really remember a lot of humor in the Wheel of Time, you know? Like thinking back to the Wheel of Time, I can't think of times when I was actually laughing at something that was a joke for real versus laughing at, the situation and how crazy it is or how people are acting or whatever. I don't know if there's ever an actual oh, here's a funny moment, you know? I don't know if that happens necessarily. So it just, I like that. I like that, yo. It's so different for me as someone who's not a avid reader like most of you nerds. No, I'm just playing. As I'm surrounded by nerdy paraphernalia. Yeah, bro. I just really like that. I really like that. How no one knew what was going on. That was really funny. And then I love the part where Vin imagines just for a moment that she could see a figure out in the shadows, a frightened wisp of a girl, untrusting and suspicious. The girl's hair was ragged and short, and she wore a simple, untucked, dirty shirt and a pair of brown trousers. Vin remembered that second night in Club's shop when she had stood out in the dark workroom watching the others share late-night conversations. Had she really been that girl? One who would hide in the cold darkness, watching the laughter and friendship with a hidden envy, but never daring to join it? She doesn't even remember being that person. And I love the way we get that slight callback, right? You're right, Kelsier, Vin thought with a smile. This is better. I'm so happy for you, Vin. But then we still get that note. She wasn't like them yet. Not completely. 6 months couldn't silence Reen's whispers, and she couldn't see herself ever being as trusting as Kelsier was. But she could finally understand, at least a little bit, why he worked the way he did. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then we get a brief update. Kelsier's like, it looks like the army will be ready on schedule, and Marsh is in place. Margin, don't trust him. Y'all know how we feel about Marsh around here. All of us feel this way about Marsh. It's not just me. It's all of us, chat. Yep, and then we continue to going through, talking about all the stuff that's going on, how they're going to continue to try to, see stuff going on, trying to see assassinations possibly start. They said, Kelsier says, I suspect we'll see an exodus start pretty soon. Anyone who isn't willing to risk assassination to maintain dominance in Luthadel will leave town for a couple of years. And they're like, yo, that's just as good of a thing to happen as anything else that could be happening. Okay, my shit's dying. Can I still? There we go. Bring that back. Bam. Okay. Sorry. iPad was dying. Where was I? Oh, yeah, they talk about how, hopefully people will be leaving. They might not have to worry about some houses because they'll just straight up leave Luthadel because of how much the taxes are, mixed with all the other things that are going on. So hopefully people just leave. And then they're like, yo, that still leaves 9 great houses. And then we also talk about more people might leave. Oh my god, I just fumbled the bag. Whoa, 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 buddy. Boom. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Yeah, they just keep talking. Vin wants to go with Ham so she could train with a thug. Kelsier is a little jelly, obviously. He's like, I already taught you how to use pewter. And then Bree steps in to save her, and he's like, stop pestering the child. She's probably just tired of balls and parties. Let her go be normal urchin again for a bit. Like, he's even dissing her when he's trying to help her. Like, bruv. Freaking Bree's the creep, my guy. My guy is such a creeper, bro. I just feel like he's always talking like this. Like, oh, stop pestering the child, Kelsier. Let her go be an urchin for once. You know what I mean? Bam. I knew something was about to happen. I don't know if y'all saw that, but I had like a sixth sense. Did you see that? I was like, huh. And then that shit went off, bro. Come on. All right. Boop, 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 boop. And then Doxson's like, I'm not sure if I like all this mysticism about you and the 11th metal. And I appreciate that that none of them like that he is being, like, he has made himself a prophet. Basically, they're like, bro, this is not, this is not it, right? They're like, no, this is not okay. And then he talks about, and then Kelsier says he wants Breeze to go be a general and have Yeadon come back so we can get things in order here. Let's hope that doesn't come back to haunt us. Oh, and then we end this section right here saying, if only Reed could have known something like this, perhaps then things would have been different for him, for us. And my margin there is I hope we meet Reen. Like, I would like to meet Reen before this book is over. It's okay if we don't. but I would love for Reen to pop up somewhere for some reason. Like, I would love it. It would even be crazy if he ended up being like with one of the rebel army things because he decided to like pick up arms and go fight. That would all be freaking crazy. It would be crazy if something like that happened because she would be like, "What the hell are you doing here?" You know what I mean? Like, you never wanted to fight for nothing, or whatever. I just would love to see the dynamic between them. I could understand if it's saved for book 2. I can understand that, but I would really like to have it in book 1. So, Ham and Vin, they leave to go to visit the Luthadel garrison, and Vin actually gets to, be dressed like a, like a regular person, I guess, or a street ska, I guess you could say. And I love that we make a note that Vin had grown accustomed to having people study and evaluate her, and no one on the street bothered to give her a glance. They all just ignored her. And she says that she had almost forgotten what it was like to be invisible. So it's definitely, I think it's good for her to get that shock, of remembrance, because she definitely she was drinking the Kool-Aid, bro. There's nothing else to say. Talking about maybe they're not all, like, nah, bruv, sorry. It don't work like that, sweetheart. Oh, and then Vin is like, this is really just another disguise. My makeup is a light coat of ash carefully rubbed on my cheeks. My gown is a pair of trousers rubbed to make them seem old, well, and used. She's like, so, and this is something that I love. She's like, who then was she really? Vin the urchin? Vin the lady? Neither. Did any of her friends really know her? Did she even really know herself? Damn. And he's like, I've missed this place, Ham said, walking happily. She couldn't imagine him dissatisfied despite what he'd said about his time leading the army. Oh, damn. Damn. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, okay, and it says that Ham didn't walk with the same careful air of despondence that Vin had cultivated. He didn't seem to care that he stood out from the other ska. I probably shouldn't miss this place. Luthadel is the dirtiest, most crowded city in the final empire. But there's something about it. Is this where your family lives? They live in a smaller city outside of town. My wife is a seamstress there. She tells people I'm in the Luthadel garrison. And then we find out more about Ham and how he has a family and how he loves them, and how he sends not all the money, but he sends money to them and makes sure that they're good. And then we get some lore about thugs. So Ham says that thugs, or pewter arms, as the nobility prefer to call them, are the most sought after mistings. A competent thug can stand against half a dozen regular men. And he can lift more, endure more, and move faster than any other hired muscle. Those things mean a lot when you have to keep your crews small. Mix a couple of coin shots with 5 or so thugs, and you've got yourself a small mobile army. Men will pay a lot for protection like that. Love it. And he talks about how his fam doesn't have to live in pack ska tents. They have a good life for ska. Again, giving us a more, what's that word? Giving us more context that they are all ska, right? Like, it's something that again, like I said before, it's something that this portion heavily focuses on, is, humanizing them, or skamanizing them, because they are humans, but, it's more making us remember that just because they don't act like ska doesn't mean that they aren't ska. They still are, all of them. Which is something that I think it's something that you can forget the same way she says here, because they don't hold themselves like ska. So we did kind of need the same way, bruh. Brando Sando, yo, he's giving Vin a refresher and a reminder that where she came from, and then he's also giving us a reminder that all of them come from the same place or place adjacent. And then we've also find out that, you know, Kelsier was rich at one time, and then he just kept wanting to do bigger and bigger jobs. He got addicted to the game, basically. He heard that the Lord Ruler was storing some incalculable secret in that hidden sanctum of his, and he just had to go to it. But he was like, maybe if him and Mare had walked away from the job, but they didn't, you know? Maybe they wouldn't have been happy living lives where they didn't have to worry. You know what I mean? And it's like, damn, some people do get crazy, crazy drunk with that. What would happen? And then she starts thinking, asking really good questions. What would happen if Kelsier seized the imperial throne for himself? And I think that's something that we haven't thought about, right? Because the quote that she thinks to herself that Ham says is, I guess when you're a crew leader like him, the game can get addicting. So he gets addicted to the game. And she says, what would happen if Kelsier seized the imperial throne for himself? The Lord Ruler hadn't always been a tyrant. He was a good man. A man whose life had gone wrong. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, look at you. You've been around them for 6 months, and you're already about to be, you already think like the nobility are them. So I understand why it would be hard to trust somebody else. You know what I'm saying? And then she asks if Kelsier has always hated the nobility. And then Ham's like, yeah, but it's worse now. And then she's like, it frightens me sometimes. It seems like he wants to kill all of them, no matter who they are. And then Ham says, I'm concerned about him too. This 11th metal business, it's always like he's making himself out to be some kind of holy man. Don't worry too much about it. Breeze, Dox, and I have already talked about this, and we're going to confront Kel, see if we can rein him in a bit. That ain't happening, brother. Especially when everything's that goes on after this. Ain't no way. And then he says that he's known to the garrison, and then it's not as bad as it looks. The garrison members put on intimidating faces, and they aren't very well liked. Most of the soldiers are ska, men who in exchange for a better life sold out to the Lord Ruler. Whenever there are ska riots in the city, the local garrison is usually hit pretty hard by malcontents, and that's why the fortifications are so deep. And Bree says that he knows the men because he's not like Ham says he's not like Breeze, Kel, or he's not like Breeze or Kel. He can't put on a face and pretend he is who he is. And he's known a lot of those guys for many years. And I'm like, damn. And then she's like, so you're just going to betray them? And he goes, this is so hard, right? This is so hard. I love Ham. Because it's the way that he thinks, right? He looks at everything in such a different way. He's like, betray? No, it won't be betrayal. Those men are mercenaries. They've been hired to fight. And they'll attack friends and relatives in a riot or rebellion. Soldiers learn to understand these kind of things. We may be friends, but when it comes to fighting, none of us would hesitate to kill each other. Shit. Like, what? What the hell is going on, right? I'm like, what is happening here? Like, how did we... I'm like, yo, what? How did we get here?
Ham might not understand, but Vin could see the enticement. Despite noble depravity, there was something intoxicating about high society. Vin was captivated by the beauty, the music, and the dancing. Her fascination wasn't the same as Kelsier's. She wasn't as interested in political games or even scams, but she could understand why he would have been reluctant to leave Luthadel behind. That reluctance had destroyed the old Kelsier, but it had produced something better, a more determined, less self-serving Kelsier. Hopefully. Of course, his plans before also cost him the woman he loved. Is that why he hates the nobility so much? Ham, she asked, has Kelsier always hated the nobility? Ham nodded. It's worse now, though. He means well, but he has a tendency to go a little overboard sometimes. Vin nodded. Ahead, the customary crowded lines of people waited for permission to pass through the city gates. She and Ham walked quietly past the solemn group, workers being sent out to the docks, men off to work one of the outer mills alongside the river or lake, lesser noblemen wishing to travel. All had to have a good reason to leave the city. The Lord Ruler strictly controlled travel inside his realm. Poor things, Vin thought as she passed a ragged band of children carrying pails and brushes, probably on duty to climb the wall and scrub mist-grown lichen off the parapets. Ahead, up near the gates, an official cursed and shoved a man out of line. The ska worker fell hard, but eventually picked himself back up.
Okay, there we are.
However, as they approached, she was impressed by its defensive appearance. Large spikes were mounted on the wall, liked. Most of the soldiers in there are ska. I've known many of these guys for years. They've consistently tried to recruit me. They generally have better luck getting people like me, who are already outside mainstream society, to join their ranks. But you're going to betray them, Vin said quietly, pulling Ham to the side of the road. Betray? He asked. No, it won't be a betrayal. Those men are mercenaries, Vin. They've been hired to fight, and they'll attack friends, even relatives, in a riot or rebellion. Soldiers learn to understand these kinds of things. The rest, well, they pick their path. Like me, they're just trying to give their kids a better life. The difference is they're willing to work for him in order to do it. Ham turned back to her. All right, you wanted some tips on burning pewter? Ben nodded eagerly. The soldiers usually let me spar with them, Ham said. You can watch me fight. Burn bronze to see when I'm using allomancy. The first, most important thing you'll learn about pewter arming is when to use your metal. I've noticed that young allomancers tend to always flare their pewter, thinking that the stronger they are, the better. However, you don't always want to hit as hard as you can with each blow. Strength is a big part of fighting, but it's not the only part. If you always hit your hardest, you'll tire faster, and you'll give your opponent information about your limitations. A smart man hits his hardest at the end of the battle, when his opponent is weakest. And in an extended battle, like a war, the smart soldier is the one who survives the longest. He'll be the man who paces himself. Vin nodded. But don't you tire slower when you're using allomancy? Yes, Ham said. In fact, a man with enough pewter can keep fighting at near peak efficiency for hours. But pewter dragging like that takes practice, and you'll run out of metals eventually. When you do, the fatigue could kill you. Anyway, what I'm trying to explain is that it's usually best to vary your pewter burning. If you use more strength than you need, you could knock yourself off balance. Also, I've seen thugs who rely on their pewter so much that they disregard training and practice. Pewter enhances your physical abilities, but not your innate skill. If you don't know how to use a weapon, or if you aren't practiced at thinking quickly in a fight, you'll lose no matter how strong you are. I'll have to be extra careful with the garrison since I don't want them to know I'm an allomancer. You'll be surprised at how often that's important. Watch how I use pewter. I won't just flare it for strength. If I stumble, I'll burn it to give me an instant sense of balance. When I dodge, I might burn it to help me duck out of the way a little faster. There are dozens of little tricks you can do if you know when to give yourself a boost. Vin nodded. Okay, Ham said. Let's go then. I'll tell the garrisoners that you're the daughter of a relative. You look young enough for your age that they won't even think twice. Watch me fight, and we'll talk afterward. Vin nodded again, and the two of them approached the garrison. Ham waved to one of the guards. Hey, Bevedon. I've got the day off. Is Certus around? He's here, Ham, Bevedon said. But I don't know that this is the best day for sparring. Ham raised an eyebrow. Oh? Bevedon shared a glance with one of the other soldiers. Go fetch the captain, he said to the man. A few moments later, a busy-looking soldier approached from a side building, waving as soon as he saw Ham. His uniform bore a few extra stripes of color and a few gold-colored bits of metal on the shoulder. Ham, the newcomer said, stepping through the gate. Certus, Ham said with a smile, clasping hands with the man. Captain now, eh? Happened last month, Certus said with a nod. He paused, then eyed Vin. She's my niece, Ham said. Good lass. Certus nodded. Could we speak alone for a moment, Ham? Ham shrugged and let himself get pulled to a more secluded place beside the complex gates. Vin's allomancy let her make out what they were saying. What did I ever do without Tin? Look, Ham, Certus said. You won't be able to come spar for a while. The garrison is going to be occupied. Occupied? Ham asked. How? I can't say, Certus said. But, well, we could really use a soldier like you right now. Fighting? Yeah. Must be something serious if you're taking the attention of the entire garrison. Certus grew quiet for a moment, and then he spoke again in a hushed tone, so quiet that Vin had to strain to hear. A rebellion, Certus whispered. Right here in the Central Dominance. We just got word. An army of Ska rebels appeared and attacked the whole steppe garrison to the north. Vin felt a sudden chill. What? Ham said. They must have come from the caves up there, the soldier said. Last word was that the whole steppe fortifications are holding. But Ham, they're only 1,000 men strong. They need reinforcements desperately, and the Koloss will never get there in time. The Veltru garrison sent 5,000 soldiers, but we're not going to leave it to them. This is apparently a very big force of rebels, and the Lord Ruler gave us permission to go help. Ham nodded. So what about it? Certus asked. Real fighting, Ham. Real battle pay. We could really use a man of your skill. I'll make you an officer right off. Give you your own squad. I'll have to think about it, Ham said. He wasn't good at hiding his emotions, and his surprise sounded suspicious to Vin. Certus, however, didn't appear to notice. Don't take too long, Certus said. We plan to march out in 2 hours. I'll do it, Ham said, sounding stunned. Let me go drop off my niece and get some things. I'll be back before you leave. Good man, Certus said, and Vin could see him clap Ham on the shoulder. Our army is exposed, Vin thought in horror. They're not ready. They were supposed to take Luthadel quietly, quickly, not face the garrison straight out. Those men are going to be massacred. What happened?
Oh shit. Sorry. Whoops. God damn it. Yeah. I don't even have anything to say to that. I was so flustered. I was like, good God damn it. I can't believe this. I can't believe. I'm like, no. What have they done? Why? I'm like, ain't no way. Ain't no way, coach. Ain't no way. You know what I mean? Like, I legit have just nothing to say about that one. Because it was just, love the lore, love hearing about pewter, love hearing what people call the pewter burners and all that good stuff. All that was really good. All that was lovely. I absolutely love Ham. He's awesome. Anytime we're with him, it's dope. His mind is, I just like the way he thinks, quote unquote, you know what I mean? So, yeah, I like that. It was a good chapter. Love this chapter. Let me know what you guys think about this chapter. Give it a rating 1 out of 10 in the comments section down below. Let's see. We're literal rebels. Facts. I only know this because Rodney McKay on Stargate was Canadian. That's crazy. I know because I used to go to London with my mom sometimes when she had to go for work. Charisse, who are you? Like, what? Like, what? The deepness is Cthulhu confirmed. Yo. The good times. I feel like everyone knows someone like Ham. Facts. Breeze the creep. This scene has such a sense of family. It really does. It capitalizes on it tremendously and beautifully. The way they trolled him, for real. Facts. I would watch this sitcom unequivocally. Rand has the best jokes, though. And Matt is the best joke. Yo, y'all wildin'. Maybe he'll like the Aiel humor. Wetlander humor for sure. Yo. Vin has entered her healing stage for real. Yeah, that's a fact. That is a fact. She has. Unequivocally. Vin is like a rescued feral cat. What? When will all the martial slander cease? Whenever I get a goddamn reason to not think he is untrustworthy as hell. They called this man Iron Eyes like like the Steel Inquisitor, bruv. Like, they were like, nah, we don't call him that because that's too close to being like a Steel Inquisitor. Like, what? If anybody can pretend to be an obligator, it's him. What? Those are not good things. Sensei over here being the Lord Ruler trying to dictate how we feel about Marsh. It has been dictated. I'm not trying. It is dictated. We do not trust him. I have spoken. I have spoken. Yeah, you didn't know I could do that with my voice, huh? His prime rib. What? I mean, Prime Minister Omnipig wants to silence us all. What? Omnipig wants to be the only one who oinks. So you guys just want to be taxed. That's what you're telling me, huh? 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 You guys think you're funny? You think you can just rebel? Huh? Huh? I don't think so. We're getting the Omnipig multiplier, okay? You guys did this to yourself. Who was first? Who was first with it was Charisse with the prime rib joke. All right. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Look at what happened. Look at what's gone. Look at what's happened. Well, well, well. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Uh-huh. Oh, yep. Uh-huh. You're next, Marisu. What? Huh? What's going on? Huh? Yeah! Yeah! All right. More proof Vin is a teenager. The teenage angst. Bruh, same as someone born and raised in NYC. I have a feeling Vin is kidding herself about passing for a boy. She's a hot commodity. I mean, he means well, but Kelsier just sometimes murders indiscriminately. Bro was like, what did he say? He said, I promise I won't kill them. And she's like, all right, for sure. Like, that's crazy. He's like, okay. She's like, no, Sensei, we don't want oppression. It's too late. It's too late. The revolution will be televised. Or streamed anyway. The poor must like being oppressed, otherwise they would be rich. Hey, yo. Yo, I guess. Yo. Yo. Injustice and dishonor everywhere. Oh yeah, Tina, you don't know about this, huh? Oppressed Marisu. Yeah, okay. You couldn't stop yourself from telling the dad joke if you wanted to. You can't do a straight up villain laugh and then move on calmly. All right, let's get into chapter 25.
No man dies by my hand or command except that I wish there had been another way. Still, I kill them. Sometimes I wish that I weren't such a cursed realist. 25.
Yo, so when after we go through all that crazy stuff, they obviously go back to the place, let him know what's going on. Kelsier's packing his pack. He's like, yo, Breeze, make a list of all the hideouts where you and I recruited. Go warn them that the ministry might soon have prisoners who could give them away. Docs set the shop up to be secure unless they capture Yeadon. Keep all 3 clubs and 10 eyes on watch. Doxson is giving orders to his apprentices. One already left, bearing a warning to Lord Renew. Kelsier thought that mansion would be safe. Only that one group of barges had left from Felice. His disappearance would require removing both himself and Valette from their carefully prepared positions. Yeah, Renew wouldn't pull out if it was absolutely necessary because of all the things that's going on. You know what I mean? And that makes a lot of sense. And then Kelsier tells Ham to go back to the garrison and fight for them like he said that he would. And he was like, bro, I'm not. He's like, bro. He obviously frowns. And he was like, bro, I don't have time to deal with you right now. Bro, I can't. It was funny because I feel him, right? I feel him because, of course, Ham is always being Ham. But at the same time, it's like, damn, bro, you're asking Ham to do this huge thing right now. Like, let him sulk a little bit. Like, he's like, bro, I have no time for this. Shit is going down right now, bro. You know what I mean? And it is going down. He's like, but you don't have to scam him. Just be yourself and listen. And he says he won't turn on the garrison if he goes with them. And he's like, he's not going to attack the men who think that he's their ally. And then he's like, I hope you don't have to, kill any of our soldiers either. He calls for Sazed. And he's like, yo, how much speed do you have stored up? And he's like, about 2 or 3 hours. Because, he doesn't want anyone to know what's going on. He doesn't want anyone to know who he is or any of that type of stuff. So he's like, hey, yo, whoa, buddy. And he's like, he says it's difficult to attribute. He said it's a difficult attribute to collect, which I really, really like. I'm like, okay, that's a good point. How would they collect speed? Like, if they collect strength and all these other things by not using it, would they just have to, like, not walk? Would they just have to basically just not walk? I don't know. And then Kelsier is like, yo, that's not long enough. I'll just go along. Dox is in charge until I get back. Kelsier spins and then pauses. Vin stood behind him in the same trousers, cap, and shirt she had worn to the garrison. She had a pack like his slung over her shoulder, and she looked up at him defiantly. And I love Vin a little bit more. Like, yeah, bruh. Like, Vin is with the shit. Like, there's nothing else to say. She is with it. He's like, this is going to be a difficult trip. You've never done anything like this before. And she's like, that's fine. And he's like, all right. Here, swallow 5 of those beads. And she's like, 5? And he's like, for now, if you need to take some more, call to me so we can stop running. Running? We're not taking a canal boat? Why would we need a boat? Brother. And I'm like, why would you need a boat? What the hell are you talking about? And then, we're in Kelsier's POV. This is one of the ones where I was like, oh shit, we're in Kelsier's POV. Like, I didn't notice it right away, I was like, wait a minute. Hold on. Like, when he turns and sees Vin, that's when I was like, oh, wait, this is Kelsier. Like, I'm like, yo, this is Kelsier's POV, bro. Like, I was hyped. I'm like, oh, shit. So, anyway. So Kelsier's like, the Valtrix garrison is only 3 days march from Holstep. Even riding all night, a messenger couldn't have gotten to Luthadel in under 2 days. By the time I get to the army, Doxa can obviously read the worry in Kelsier's eyes. Either way, the army is useless now, he said, which is crazy, bro. And then he's like, yeah, I know, but I can't let all the men die. Like, this is just about saving those men's lives. I'll get word to you as soon as I can, bro. Bro, and then this is about to get so lit right now. Burn your pewter, Vin. We're leaving. The red sun was bright overhead. Frantic crew members paused for a moment, turning to watch as Kelsier and Vin left the building. This is no time for subtlety. Stay close to me, try to keep up, and make absolutely certain you do not run out of pewter. And she's like, all right, bet. And he's all right. And he takes a deep breath, and he's all, let's go.
She would probably go through all 5.
Whoa, shit.
Stay close to me, try to keep up, and make absolutely certain you don't run out of pewter. Vin nodded, suddenly looking a bit apprehensive. All right, Kelsier said, taking a deep breath. Let's go. Kelsier took off down the alleyway in a superhuman dash. Vin jumped into motion, following him out of the alley and onto the street. Pewter was a blazing fire within her. Flared as it was, she would probably go through all 5 beads in barely an hour. Kelsier ignored the traffic, bolting out into the very center of the street, maintaining his ridiculous speed. Vin followed, growing increasingly worried about what she had gotten herself into. I can't let him go alone, she thought. Of course, the last time she'd forced Kelsier to take her with him, she'd ended up half dead in a sickbed for a month. Kelsier wove between carriages, brushing past pedestrians, charging down the street as if it were meant only for him. Vin followed as best she could, the ground a blur beneath her feet, people passing too quickly to see their faces. Some of them called out after her, their voices annoyed. A couple of these, however, choked off immediately, falling silent. The cloaks, Vin thought. That's why we're wearing them. That's why we always wear them. Noblemen who see the mist cloaks will know to stay out of our way. Kelsier turned, running directly toward the northern city gates. Vin followed. Kelsier didn't slow as he approached the gates, and the lines of people began to point. Checkpoint guards turned with surprised faces. Kelsier jumped. One of the armored guards crumpled to the ground with a cry, smashed down by Kelsier's allomantic weight as the crew leader passed overhead. Vin took a breath, dropped a coin to give herself a bit of a lift, and jumped. She easily cleared a second guard who looked up with surprise as his companion squirmed on the ground. Vin pushed against the soldier's armor, throwing herself higher into the air. The man staggered but stayed on his feet. Vin was nowhere near as heavy as Kelsier. She shot over the wall, hearing cries of surprise from the soldiers on top of it. She could only hope that nobody recognized her. It wasn't likely. Though her cap flew free as she soared through the air, those who were familiar with Valette the court-going lady would probably never connect her to a Mistborn in dirty trousers. Vin's cloak whipped angrily in the passing air. Kelsier completed his arc before her and began to descend, and Vin soon followed. It felt very strange to use allomancy in the sunlight. Unnatural, even. Vin made the mistake of looking down as she fell. Instead of comfortable swirling mists, she saw the ground far below. So high, Vin thought with horror. Fortunately, she wasn't too disoriented to push against the coin Kelsier had used to land. She slowed her descent to a manageable level before thumping against the ashen earth. Kelsier immediately took off down the highway. Vin followed him, ignoring merchants and travelers. Now that they were out of the city, she had thought Kelsier might slow down. He didn't. He sped up. And suddenly she understood. Kelsier didn't intend to walk or even jog to the caves. He planned to dash all the way there. It was a 2-week trip by canal. How long would it take them? They were moving fast, horribly fast. Slower than a galloping horse, certainly, but surely a horse couldn't maintain such a gallop for very long. Vin didn't feel fatigue as she ran. She relied on the pewter, only passing a little of the strain onto her body. She could barely feel her footsteps hitting the ground beneath her, and with such a large reserve of pewter, she felt that she could maintain the speed for a decent length of time. She caught up to Kelsier, falling into place beside him. This is easier than I thought it would be. Pewter enhances your balance, Kelsier said. Otherwise you'd be tripping over yourself by now. What do you think we'll find? At the caves, I mean. Kelsier shook his head. No use talking. Save your strength. But I'm not feeling weary at all. We'll see what you say in 16 hours, Kelsier said, speeding up even more as they turned off the highway, running onto the wide towpath beside the Luth-Davin Canal. 16 hours? Vin fell behind Kelsier slightly,
She's like,
giving herself
"Shit,
plenty of space to run.
what have I done
Kelsier
to
increased their
myself?"
speed until they were going at a maddening pace. He was right. In any other context, she would have quickly missed her step on the uneven road. Yet with Pewter and Tin guiding her, she managed to stay on her feet, though doing so required increasing attention as the evening grew dark and the mists came out.
I'm going to say it again. This needs to be a anime.
Occasionally, Kelsier threw down a coin and launched himself from one hilltop to another. However, he mostly kept them running at an even pace, sticking to the canal. Hours passed, and Vin began to feel the fatigue that he had implied would come. She maintained her speed, but she could feel something underneath it, a resistance within, a longing to stop and rest. Despite Pewter's power, her body was running out of strength. She made certain to never let her pewter run low. She feared that if it ever went out, the fatigue would come upon her so powerfully that she wouldn't be able to get started again. Kelsier also ordered her to drink a ridiculous amount of water, though she wasn't that thirsty. The night grew dark and silent, no travelers daring to brave the mists. They passed canal boats and barges tied up for the night, as well as the occasional camp of canalmen, their tents huddled closely against the mists. Twice they saw mist wraiths on the road, the first one giving Vin a terrible start. Kelsier just passed it by, completely ignoring the terrible translucent remnants of the people and animals who had been ingested, their bones now forming the mist wraith's own skeleton. Still, he kept running. Time became a blur, and the running came to dominate all that Vin was and did. Moving demanded so much attention that she could barely even focus on Kelsier ahead of her in the mists. She kept putting one foot ahead of the other, her body remaining strong, yet at the same time feeling terribly exhausted. Every step, quick though it was, became a chore. She began to yearn for rest. Kelsier didn't give it to her. He kept running, forcing her on, maintaining the incredible speed. Vin's world became a timeless thing of forced pain and burgeoning enervation. They slowed occasionally to drink water or swallow more pewter beads, but she never stopped running. It was like she couldn't stop. Vin let the exhaustion overwhelm her mind. Flared pewter was everything. She was nothing else. Light surprised her. The sun began to rise, the mists vanishing. But Kelsier didn't let the illumination stop them. How could he? They had to run. They had to keep running.
Shit. Oh my goodness, bro. That like so badass. That's one thing that I love about Brandon Sanderson is he is able to definitely word paint the hell out of a scene and let you know that they are running to their heart's exhaustion. There is just going and going and going and going and going. There is no stopping for them. And I love the way that they put it towards Vin, right? Of course, because we get that POV switch as they start running, which is insane. Like, insane. So we get the POV switch to to her, and then they're running and they're gone and they're taking off and they're moving at very high speeds, letting us know how they're doing it by flaring the pewter, and the pewter is also balancing them, like Ham had said earlier when he was talking about when he fights. He uses his pewter to balance a dodge or to catch his footing if he slips backwards or something, which is badass. And the way that they even mention the way that this, it's like she's basically overdosing. Like, she is overdosing on pewter. Like, that's how it makes it sound. Like, she's getting addicted to it. She's getting hooked to it. She's flaring it. You're not supposed to do those things because you get too dependent on it. And she is, literally depending on it very heavily. And the next thing it says is she's like, I'm going to die. She's like, this is how I felt. She's like, I hate running. And I hate Kelsier too. He just keeps going. Why? How long have we been running? Minutes? Hours? Weeks? Years? Like, damn. It's like, whoa. Everything. It's really, really causing a complete dampening on her psyche. You know what I mean? For lack of better words. It is completely causing her pain. It is throwing her off. She does not know what to do. And that was just another thing that was just crazy. It was just crazy. It was like, bro, what's going on? They slow down, and she stops, and she stares at her feet, dumbfounded. She's like, I can't just stand here. I have to be moving. She felt herself begin to move again, but Kelsier grabbed her. She struggled in his grip, resisting weakly. Rest, something within her said. Relax. You've forgotten what it is, but it's so nice. Then, Kelsier said, don't extinguish your pewter. Keep burning it, or you'll fall unconscious. 10, flare it now. Like, whoa. Again, every time she learns well, not every time, but it's like whenever Kelsier is teaching her something, it's always in the heat of battle. She very rarely just gets to have a training session with him. You know what I mean? Like, hey, let's just train and not be in the middle of a mission. No, brother. That doesn't happen around these parts. You feel me? If we're training, we're on a mission. If we're training, we're missioning. Okay? It's like, damn. He's like, he tells her, you've done something incredibly unfair to your body. It should have shut down hours ago, but you have pewter to keep it going. You will recover. You'll even get better at pushing yourself like this. But right now, you just have to keep burning that pewter and stay awake. We can sleep later. It's like, damn, bro. It's crazy. And then they look over and they see that there is a battle. Kelsier drops a coin and jumps over a canal. Vin follows. Kelsier crested over a hill, peeking over the top. Then he stood up, staring up at something to the east. Vin crested the hill and easily saw the battle, such as it was in the distance. A shift in the wind brought sense to her nose. Blood. And although this is us focusing on the battle, this was a really dope point for Brandon Sanderson to let us know that she doesn't have to try nearly as hard to see the battle. Like, Kelsier crested, peeking over the top, and he stood up, staring at something in the east. Vin crested the hill and easily saw the battle. You know what I mean? Like, she easily saw it, but he was staring at something. So I think it's a really good way to differentiate how those powers are different, obviously. And then going into the future when they're in the tunnel, in the cave, I mean, she can see way better than he can, right? It's crazy. We're too late. Our men have finished off the Holstep garrison, then tried to march back to the caves. But Valtrix City is only a few days away. Its garrison is 5,000 strong. Those soldiers got here before we did. And here I was thinking that we was about to see them go on a murder rampage and save against 5,000 people. But, I mean, alas, it didn't happen. It's a slaughter. The Valtrix garrison must have orders to wipe out the entire army. Vin grabs Kelsier's arm, stopping him. There are still men down there. My men. What are you going to do? Attack an army by yourself? I love that she goes off on him right here. What are you going to do? Attack an army by yourself? For what purpose? Your rebels don't have allomancy. They won't be able to run away on swift feet and escape. You can't stop an entire army, Kelsier. Damn. But he wants to so bad. We are invincible, remember? You're not invincible. You can't stop them all. You can't save those men. Like, damn. That's so sad, bro. And then she's like, yo, our force would have left some men behind, so let's go to the caves and check them out. So they go to the caves, and then Kelsier, and then we switch POVs to Kelsier. He drops down in the cave first. He flares 10 to see. He sees nothing. He's like, so she was wrong, he thought. No one stayed behind. It's empty, he declared, his voice echoing hollowly in the cavern. You were wrong. No, Vin whispered. There. Bloody hell. How did she see it from so far away? I can hear you. the guard said anxiously. Identify yourself. It's Captain Demu. Kelsier realized it's one of ours. It's not a trap. Say the password. I need no password, Kelsier said, stepping into the light. Like, this dude gotta be dramatic as hell at all times. Like, I need no password. Like, that's the most dramatic shit ever. Like, that is the most dramatic shit ever. And you know he stepped into the light hella dramatically, bro. Vin was right after all. We need to get these men to safety. I like that he still acknowledges it. You know what I mean? Vin asks how many of there. Demu tells her about 2,000. And Demu tells him that they thought that General Yeadon was acting rashly, blushing in shame. We stayed behind. We thought we were being loyal to you rather than him, but we should have gone with the rest of the army. The army is dead. Gather your men. We need to leave now. What the? Whoa. We need to go now. Oh. I don't think I highlighted anything in this last part. But it was like this last, I really like this last part, man. So now it's nighttime. Kelsier is doing a full woe is me thing. He's like, yo. He had made Yeadon a part of the crew. He had talked so casually about doing the impossible. Wait. Oh, shit. Where is it at? Boom. Yeah, he's like, this is my fault. I made Yeadon a part of the crew and talked so casually about doing the impossible. Was it any wonder that Yeadon had thought he could attack the final empire head on? Men are dead, and Kelsier was responsible. Death wasn't new to him, neither was failure. But he couldn't get over the twisting in his gut. The men died fighting the Empire, which was a good death as any Scot could hope for. The fact they'd likely died expecting some sort of divine protection from Kelsier, that was disturbing. Bruh. That is disturbing. That is so disturbing. Can you imagine how many of those men were calling out for his name to save them? Help us, Lord Kelsier! Help us! Like, help us, Hath, the savior of Hath. Like, bro, can you imagine? And they're just getting slaughtered, bro. Oh my god. And you can imagine that they were feeling like they were the shit after they took out that first garrison. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they took out that first garrison and they thought they were the shit. You just know they did. You know they did, bro. And then that other one pulled up on them 5K deep. And it was like, woo. Welp. This is, it's over, bruv. His own crew, Ham, Breeze, and the others assumed the final empire was invincible. They followed because of their faith in Kelsier. He had couched his plans in the form of a thieving job, and that job's patron was dead. The soldiers had put Yeadon's head on a spear beside the road along with several of Ham's officers, bro. Oh my god. Like, what the hell is going on here? Like, what the hell really was going on? As Kelsier sat with Vin laid curled up beside his stump asleep on the hard ground, only her mist cloak as a cushion. Their extended pewter drag had taken a lot out on the girl, and she had collapsed virtually the moment Kelsier had called a halt for the night. He was far more experienced with pewter dragging than she was. His body would give out eventually, but he could keep going for a bit longer. A man hobbled from the mists. And he's like, yo, you don't recognize me? And he's like, did I recruit you? And he says, after a fashion, I was one of the ska at Lord Tresting's plantation. It's freaking Menace, y'all. And then we find out that after he killed Lord Tresting, the ska took off to the caves where the rebels there took them in. Some people went back to, other plantations, and some stayed there. And then he asks him, he's like, yo, Menace, what happened here? Why did Yeadon do this? Menace just shook his head. Most expect young men to be fools. I've noticed that just a little bit of age can make a man far more foolish than he was as a child. Yeadon was the type who was too easily impressed, both by you and the reputation you left for him. Damn. His generals thought it might be a good idea to give the men some practical battle experience. Like, what type of shit? Who thought of that, bro? Like, who thought of that? They figured a night raid on the whole step would be clever. It was more difficult than they assumed. Kelsier's like, even if they'd been successful, they would have been exposing the army and made it useless to us. They believed in you and thought that they couldn't fail. Menace seemed tired and exhausted, but he didn't retire. Kelsier could understand that feeling. Woo, shit, son! Oh, man. Man, I just really love this entire last part right here. I'm not gonna lie. I really like this ending right here.
Battle experience. And they figured a night raid on the Holstep garrison would be a clever move. Apparently, it was more difficult than they assumed. Kelsier shook his head. Even if they'd been successful, exposing the army would have made it useless to us. They believed in you, Menace said quietly. They thought that they couldn't fail. Kelsier sighed, resting his head back, staring up into the shifting mists. He slowly let his breath exhale, its air mingling with the currents overhead. So, what becomes of us? Menace asked. We'll split you up, Kelsier said, and get you back into Luthadel in small groups. Lose you among the Ska population. Menace nodded. He seemed tired, exhausted, yet he didn't retire. Kelsier could understand that feeling. Do you remember our conversation back on Tresting's plantation? Menace asked. A bit, Kelsier said. You tried to dissuade me from making trouble. But it didn't stop you. Troublemaking is just about the only thing I'm good at, Menace. Do you resent what I did there? What I forced you to become? Menace paused, then nodded. But, in a way, I'm thankful for that resentment. I believed that my life was over. I woke each day expecting that I wouldn't have the strength to rise. But, well, I found purpose again in the caves. For that, I'm grateful. Even after what I did to the army? Menace snorted. Don't think quite so highly of yourself, young man. Those soldiers got themselves killed. You might have been their motivation, but you didn't make the choice for them. Regardless, this isn't the first Ska rebellion to get slaughtered. Not by far. In a way, you've accomplished a lot. You gathered an army of considerable size, and then you armed and trained it beyond what anyone had a right to expect. Things went a little more quickly than you anticipated, but you should be proud of yourself. Proud? Kelsier asked, standing to work off some of his agitation.
Crazy!
This army was supposed to help overthrow the final empire, not get itself killed fighting a meaningless battle in a valley weeks outside of Luthadel. Overthrow the... Menace looked up, frowning. You really expected to do something like that? Of course, Kelsier said. Why else would I gather an army like this? To resist, Menace said. To fight. That's why those lads came to the caves. It wasn't a matter of winning or losing. It was a matter of doing something, anything, to struggle against the Lord Ruler. Kelsier turned, frowning. You expected the army to lose from the beginning? What other end was there? Menace asked. He stood, shaking his head. Some may have begun to dream otherwise, lad, but the Lord Ruler can't be defeated. Once I gave you some advice. I told you to be careful which battles you chose to fight. Well, I've realized that this battle was worth fighting. Now let me give you another piece of advice, Kelsier, survivor of Hathsin. Know when to quit. You've done well. Better than any would have expected. Those Ska of yours killed an entire garrison's worth of soldiers before they were caught and destroyed. This is the greatest victory the Ska have known in decades, perhaps centuries. Now it's time to walk away. With that, the old man nodded his head in respect, then began to shuffle back toward the center of the camp. Kelsier stood, dumbfounded. The greatest victory the Ska have known in decades. That was what he fought against. Not just the Lord Ruler, not just the nobility. He fought against 1,000 years of conditioning, 1,000 years of life in a society that would label the deaths of 5,000 men as a great victory. Life was so hopeless for the Ska that they'd been reduced to finding comfort in expected defeats. This wasn't a victory, Menace, Kelsier whispered. I'll show you a victory. He forced himself to smile, not out of pleasure,
Fuck yeah.
and not out of satisfaction. He smiled despite the grief he felt at the deaths of his men. He smiled because that was what he did. That was how he proved to the Lord Ruler, and to himself, that he wasn't beaten. No, he wasn't going to walk away. He wasn't finished yet. Not by far. The end of Part 3.
Let's go! What, bro? Oh my god. Like, cooking. We are legit cooking right now. Like, I can't even believe how fire this is. Like, I am so ready to keep it going. You know what I mean? Like, I can't wait to continue and finish. Like, I want to read all of the next part. No cap. I just want to keep reading and keep diving into it because this was so good. It was so good. Just so much, just damn, bruh. Damn. Like, this whole part, this whole section, you know, when I think we kind of started it with Kelsier looking at Dox when he uses the Lord Ruler's name, like, in vain or something. I'm pretty sure that's where we started Part 2, around, like, with something like that going on. And then we end it with this, and it's like, bruh, you can't help but really want Kelsier to win, yo. You can't help but want him to win because you see how bad it's going for everyone else. Like, bruh. And then they're like, he said, bro, we were supposed to defeat the Lord Ruler, not get smacked out, like, just outside of their home for no reason. And bruh said, defeat the... Did you really think you was going to defeat the garrison? Bruh, come on, G. And he was like, wait, you expected us to lose? He said, what the hell else was y'all going to do? Brother said, so you was out here fully expecting the garrison to lose? He said, bro, yes. He said, bro, you got together the biggest army that there's ever been and took out the most, people that has ever been taken out. Be happy about that shit, bro. You should be proud. You should be proud. You should be proud that 5,000 men died. Damn. Like, what do we do now? Our entire plan is shot. We still have all the other stuff, but it's like, damn. I mean, I guess maybe we gotta lean into the secret society of the noblehood. You know what I mean? The noblehood of traveling pants, right? We gotta focus on the young nobles. What did he call them? He called them like the noble. I can't remember what Kelsier called them. It's like they were like the noble babies or some shit like that. Like he was like, "Yo, don't worry about the noble babies. Like, this is what they do." Okay, that shit was quick. I wanted to know exactly what he called them. Oh, I missed it. I guess he just called them noblemen. I thought he called them something else. Noblings. That's what he called them. Noblings. Yeah, the little noblings. The noblings. There you go. But you know, I mean, we gotta really, you know, like we gotta jump into that. We got to. We like that's the only place we can go now because we lost our entire army. We can bring those 2K back, right? And maybe we can see them through all of Luthadel and have like a call that they wait for to get activated, and maybe they can slowly try to activate other cells within them. But the Inquisitors are already going through Luthadel, murdering all of the other Ska. You know what I mean? Well, those Skas are specifically the bad guy. Well, not the bad. Excuse me, not the bad guys, but the you know. The other crews, the other thieves. There you go. So, it's interesting. It's interesting, man. But I really loved this part of the reading. Let me know how you guys felt about it as well. 1 out of 10. How did you feel about this chapter? I love it. I love it. And I can't wait for what's next. Literally cannot wait for what's next. Sometimes I just be killing people, you know? Here I go killing again. Shout out to anybody that watches Rick and Morty. Sloth mode. We love father-daughter outings. Facts. I want combo moves like Logan and X-23. That would be fire. Like flicking a coin and then she kicks off the coin and then the coin goes down and then he grabs it and flicks it off. You know what I mean? That would be some crazy shit right there. That's what I like. A brisk marathon. How I feel jogging for 10 minutes is crazy. I bet they run like Naruto on pewter. You know what I saw? I saw them running like damn, I can't think of her name. The speedster on the Eternals. Makari. Yo. Is that her name? That is my son's name. And I had no idea. That's crazy. Is her name really Makari? What in the what? Bro, what? That's crazy. I had no idea. Charisma stats off the chart. Bro just pulled up like, I need no password. Like, bro, come on. This dude accidentally started a cult. I guess he did. I mean, it's not his fault, though. Like, it is. I mean, yeah, he did do it to himself. But it's not like he did it on, he was expecting them to go. He was just trying to hype him up, hype him up for the battle. Bruh said, yo, why don't we go test out our super secret army? Like, that's the stupidest shit you could do, bruv. Like, that's the stupidest shit ever. And, they didn't even take out, like, a little small part of it. They took out 5,000 people. What are you doing? Let's go test the majority of our war garrison, my guy. Our secret war garrison. Idiots. Yeadon, why couldn't you just sit down? Like, bruh, you weren't even down for the cause like that at the beginning. Like, bro, what are we doing? Like, literally, just sit down and chill. Someone check that Vin ain't dead, please. Oh, shit, I guess so, huh? Like, she's just curled up in a ball. Like, hey, yo, you good? Like, poke her or something. See if she move. Pewter drag sleep must be top tier. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that shit is probably insane. Like when you go, like after a day of working out, like, and you just like really was burning it, you know what I mean? Or really when you got a long day of work and then you still go and work out and like max out and your whole body and mind are just tired. And then you take a shower and get in some fresh sheets and just be like, you feel me? Just be knocked out. I bet The Hangover is the worst. Maybe, actually, because she was like talking about how her mind was all out of whack and shit too. So maybe it could be amazing sleep, but a terrible hangover. Sure, the waking up must be awful, but I bet the sleep through the entire night. Yeah, exactly. Like a log. Like you probably don't even move. Then you slip pewter in your coffee to wake up before you... Mari Sue, yo. I don't need it. I can stop anytime I want. It's a great time until it isn't. Yo, you're not lying, but goddamn. Goddamn. Fighting against the Lord Ruler and y'all's defeatist mentality. Oh, yeah. And y'all's defeatist mentality. Yo, facts. Not only do I gotta fight the Lord Ruler, but I gotta fight these dipwads that really think that we're not even supposed to win. You know? Like Ham. I'm not gonna lie, that was some dipwad shit that Ham said, you know? Like, bro, maybe we're supposed to be slaves. Like, bro, what? No, we're not. No. What are you talking about? This shit's crazy. It's crazy that there was really people like that. You feel me? Like, they was really like, nah, geez, like, let's go ahead and just go to the fields, man. Like, what? Why run away? They just gonna send the dogs after us, bruh. Yo, shout out to my guy Killmonger, yo. They know that death is better than bondage. You feel me? In all honesty, imagine recruiting people to fight God. That's insane. It is insane. But Lord Asriel did it though. You feel me? Shout out to Asriel, man. I'm not gonna lie, Asriel and Kelsier have a lot of similarities, bruv. I'm not gonna lie to you. They have a lot of similarities, man. They're definitely two sides of the same coin. Actually, when you think about it, Asriel and Lyra's relationship Like, Kelsier and Vin's relationship is what Azriel and Lyra's relationship, like, could have been if he actually told her the truth ever, maybe. Is he good, though? Is he God, though? Oh, I'm sorry. Just asking that is blasphemy. I mean, yeah, that's true. And I mean, I don't know if he's God. It doesn't seem... It seems like he became a God, right? And I feel like if you become a God, you're God. So, it depends on... It depends on what type of God we're talking about. Is he God or is he God? Right? Because those are two different things. Like, there is God and many gods, God, you know what I mean? And then there is the God, like the G-O-D, capital. You know, capital G, capital O, capital D, but the O and the D are little. You know what I mean? Like, it's like a lowercase capital letter. You know what I mean? It's like God. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all know, if anybody has read the Bible, y'all know what I'm talking about. Like, when they say God, it'd be like capital G. And then the O and the D are small, like lowercase letters, but they're still capital letters. It's like big G, big G, and then O, and then D, or D. I can't tell which way that's supposed to be. G, see my G, G, O, and then D. Yeah, all capital. Marisu is a heretic. Oh my goodness. For real. For real, do you think God journals about his day? I mean, no, maybe. I mean, God loves journals, right? The Bible is like a book of journals. You feel me? Like, that's what the whole thing of the Bible is a whole bunch of journal entries. So maybe, yeah. Maybe he does he likes them at the very least. God can make practice. God can practice mindfulness and self-reflection. That's kind of God's whole thing, isn't it? What else is there for him to do? Pass time by smiting. Marisu. It gets kind of old, though. Yeah, it's been a while since someone got smited, you feel me? He was like, yeah, we're donezo with this. We'll just hang up the smite. We'll hang up the smite belt for a couple millennia. I always see Flash in my head when they run on pewter. Oh, really? Nah, I see that. I see what you're saying. Maybe not movie Flash. Maybe just maybe TV show Flash. But in my head, when I was reading it, 100%, I saw Makari from the Eternals. Definitely not the ice skating running movie Flash did. Yeah, exactly. Meh, there's more ska they can recruit. Jesus, Marisu, you really on your villain arc right now, huh? Lord Azrael fought capital G God. Lord Ruler for sure had humble human beginnings, whatever he is now. Yeah, facts. Which, is interesting. I don't think you can become a capital G God. I think you can only become a lowercase G God, right? I feel like that's the whole purpose of lowercase G gods. Is like they're the ones that become God. Become a god. Usually start off as like a regular man. Like usually start off more human like. You know what I mean? And then sometimes they become a god. And that's usually lowercase g. You oppressed Marisu into villainy? I did. I suppressed her into villainy. No, I didn't. But what if I did? Maybe that's what I was trying to do. Maybe I want more villains. Maybe the world has too many heroes. Nah, I'm just playing. That was about to be a crazy monologue. I know y'all wasn't ready. Diet God, a god of light. Nah, that's crazy. Yo. Yo. The character flaws were always there. The oppression just made them more apparent. Marsu, yo, you be tripping. He had the villain music on deck. Hey. I was about to drop a monologue on y'all. Freestyle. Off the dome. Freestyle monologue. Yo, this portion of the reading though was absolutely fantastic. I really had I had a good time with it, and I am so hyped to start part 4. I'm not gonna lie, part 4 is about to be crazy. I'm pumped, man. I'm pumped for part 4. Like, it's about to get pumping, man. And I hope you guys are ready for part 4 as well. Okay, because man, we have been. It's like we are breezing through this book. I don't know. Let me see. Let's see. Wait, where the hell? Like, ain't no way we're that far now. Where is... No, that's chapter 31. We're not there yet. Come on, man. Where we at? Okay. What chapter did we just read to? 25? Yeah, 25. There we go. Part 4. Dancers in a Sea of Mist. Oh, that name. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah. That's that's one hell of a name right there. Oh my goodness. Yo. Dancers in a Sea of Mist. Holy shit. That's amazing. I can't wait for that, yo. We are so close to being fit. Wait. Okay. We are so close. No way you can. No way it still disappears. What? Okay, that's insane. That was wild. I'm not gonna lie. I wasn't ready for that. Boom. Look at that. Look at how much we have left. Literally, like, nothing. I can't believe we're already about to finish this book. It's insane. It's insane that we're about to finish this book already. Time has been flying. Like, no cap. Time has flown. It's insane. I love a good soundboard. What? Next, he'll start streams by turning in the chair and putting an evil-looking cat and petting an evil-looking cat like, good evening. You guys wouldn't know what to do if I did that. Legit. You would have no idea what to do if I did that. Yes, with a kitty. Mistborn is such a goated trilogy. I am so ready for it, for real. You will literally immediately want to start book 2. Hey, and we just might. We just might immediately start it. I think we take off like a week or two though in between book clubs. I think we took off like a full month the last time. What? I don't know what week this ends. So, if any of you guys are curious as to what the reading would be for next week, OmniPig is here to let us know. No, I'm just playing. Okay, so we have next week will be chapters 26 through 30. So next week's reading will be chapters 26 through 30. So I'm pumped to get into that. I'm pumped to check that out. It's going to be a good read. It's going to be a good time for sure, for sure. The reading is, it's coming up. It's just go. We have breezed through this. Like I said, we have. Let's see. Literally, we have 3 more weeks left, you guys. Only 3 more weeks left of reading. We only have 3 more episodes until we're done. Only 3 more episodes until we are done. I'm pumped. The endings can be quite intense with Sando books. Ooh. The Sanderlanche? Oh. We might take a brief Wheel of Time break, maybe. Yo, I don't know why you guys want me to read that book so bad. OMG, the bacon is back? No way you said that. Wow. That's insane. Can you believe that, bro? What, book 3? Maybe. We are okay. I'm not reading book 3 till we get season 3. I'm not reading book 3 till we get season 3. I'm not reading book 3 until we get season 3. I'm not reading 3 till we get season 3. All right? Sing it with me now. Y'all wouldn't know what to do if music just played and a choir just started singing it because I was ready. You wouldn't know what to do. You would pass out. But yeah, next week we are going to continue the reading with chapters 26 through 30, starting our journey on part 4 of book 1 of Mistborn, The Final Empire by Brandon Sanderson. So we will probably go through, because we're, that's why I said we'll probably go through the entire trilogy of Brando Sando. We'll probably go through the entire Mistborn trilogy, because there's nothing stopping us, really. Because if we don't continue on to the Well of Ascension, then we can do book 1 of another series or something, and then kind of doop-a-doop, piggyback off of them. Do this one, then that one next, and then this one. But I would like to finish Brando Sando once we get season 3 of the Wheel of Time. I'll probably just say, once we get season 3 of the Wheel of Time, I think we're just going to continue on with it and just not wait for the seasons to come out. You know what I mean? I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, but we won't wait for season 4 for book 4. We'll probably, or season 5 for book 5 or anything like that. We'll just keep reading. We'll just continue on our From Watcher to Reader series with everything. From Watcher to Reader, we'll just turn into book club, and then we'll be a reader to watcher. And then that'll be dope. So, yeah. Because once we pass that, it can't be From Watcher to Reader anymore. You know what I mean? So, then the next From Watcher to Reader will probably be Game of Thrones, because I have watched the entire season of that. It's already out. We don't have to wait for seasons to come out with that either, so we can do that. So, Mistborn trilogy. Then we can start reading some of the Wheel of Time stuff once season 3 comes out, and then we can probably get into Game of Thrones as well. Actually, OMG, Emperor's Soulbreak. That sounds like an ability. Omnipig would be pleased. No, he wouldn't. I ain't taking orders from someone who looks so delicious. That's crazy. They call him Mr. Pig. Deception. Disgrace. I really need you to listen to that song one time. Wait, Marcy, you haven't heard that song? Wait. Marisu, you haven't heard Deception, Disgrace? What? Oh, I guess you were already like 23 when Lion King came out, huh? Whew, okay. Whew. All right, I'm back. So what you're saying is, so you're saying there's a chance? No, I'm not saying that. It's literally the most hilarious Lion King song, for real. Is that Lion King 2? I thought that's not Lion King 1. It literally has to be Lion King 1. The song is about Scar, and Scar dies at the end of the first Lion King movie, right? Doesn't he start singing the or am I mixing those songs together? Maybe I haven't watched those movies in so long that my kid brain mixed those songs together. Because I always thought that song was when my guy Scar starts. No, that's Be Prepared. Oh, shit. That's Be Prepared. Yeah. I crossed my wires. Damn, I definitely got to watch that one again. He's negotiating with us. I shouldn't either. Since you guys call me such a dictator. You just have to wait for books to come out. Damn, I guess, I guess we are still waiting for that last book for Game of Thrones, for A Song of Ice and Fire. Emperor's Soul is a Brandon Sanderson novella. Oh, wow. So like a full novel by normal people's standards. Oh, The Emperor's Soul is a fantastic novella. Oh, okay. The oppression and the villain laugh. What? There was no villain laugh. Guy thinks he's funny. Just a little bit. Lion King 2 is a classic. Lion King 2 is fire. I haven't seen those movies in so long, bruh. Lion King. I hadn't seen the original Lion King 2, or I think there's a 3, isn't there? Is there a Lion King 3? It's so good. It's about Kovu, my guy Kovu. Okay, I remember everything now. Yeah, I remember. Yeah. Be Prepared, the one that got cut from the live action because it had too many Nazi references. Oh, yeah, huh. That is very Nazi-like. Damn. I mean, they did the Nazi reference stuff with Star Wars very heavily. So, I mean, what's the issue? The song is called Not One of Us, basically the precursor to Not Like Us. It's a little racist. Lion King 1.5 is my movie, bro. Not Like Us is a little racist. Lion King 1.5 is my movie, for real, for real. Like, for real. I really like it, G. That movie was hecka funny to me as a kid. What's on the menu for Timon and Pumbaa? Bruh, that shit was hilarious, yo. As a kid, that movie was comedy. And then I'm pretty sure, like, Stitch was in the audience at one point. Like, that movie was crazy. It was basically, it was like, it was basically like, what's it called? Director's commentary, but Timon and Pumbaa and, like, other Disney characters and shit were, like, popping up throughout it, too. Like, that shit was fire, bro. I love that movie. And we got to see a lot of stuff from Timon and Pumbaa's point of view. Yeah, bro. I forgot about that. Oh, yo, that shit was hilarious. I remember, quick before the hyenas come. Quick before the hyenas come. Hey, that shit was knocking, too. Quick before the hyenas come. Yo, I'm gonna have to watch all 3 of those movies, bro. Like, because I have not seen them in hella long. What? That's awesome. Oh, man, that's hilarious. Well, with all that being said, I definitely appreciate each and every one of you guys for coming out and tuning in on this episode of Reading Wednesday. We had a lovely time covering book 1 of Mistborn, The Final Empire. This trilogy is probably going to be a banger. I can't wait to continue the reading and finish it up. It's going to be a good rest of the time and a good rest of the week and night and all that good stuff. I hope everyone's having a fantastic week, and I hope you continue to have a fantastic week as well. There is a video somewhere. Like I said, if you guys are checking this out on the playlist or on a rewatch or whatever, there is a playlist to watch all of these videos. Check out that playlist. I'm currently going back to all of the videos and clipping out all of my overall thought portions, and then I will be putting those out as dedicated videos. So make sure you guys tap in with those and all of that good stuff as well. So I am super excited for this. As you guys know, I said we will be doing this next week as well, Wednesday. It might be, I've been really trying to hit 5, but it's not been working the best. So I'm going to do 5:30 for show for next week. I'll set that for 5:30 for sure next week. And then I'll really try to hit that 5:30 mark. There's just been so much stuff going on these past couple of Wednesdays, particularly. Like, Wednesdays have been so hectic for me. And I don't understand what's up with that. So I definitely appreciate you guys. I appreciate everybody for tuning in. If you haven't liked the video already, make sure you like the video because it definitely helps out tremendously around here. If you would like to support Marvel Bros, you can become a member of the channel, or you can check out our Patreon and support us that way. I definitely appreciate all of that good stuff and all the love and support that all of y'all give. I hope you guys all have a beautiful rest of the night, a beautiful rest of your evening, a beautiful rest of your day, whatever time it may be, wherever you may be, and however you may be watching this, you feel me? So, with all that being said, don't forget to follow us on all social media at Marvel Bros to stay up to date with all things Marvel and everything pop culture. You can also follow me on social media at Sensei Finito to stay up to date with all my thoughts, theories, and opinions on whatever particular thing I may be partaking in at that particular time. And, of course, you already know, I'll see you guys next week for the next episode of Reading Wednesday. As I always say, stay awesome, stay nerdy, and don't forget to stay marvelous. Excelsior.
If you guys would like to support Marvel Bros, all you gotta do is visit our website at www.marvelbros.com. Buy some merch. Represent the superfan.
Or you can join our Patreon to get early access to content, patron-only streams, giveaways, private Q&As, and those sacred watch parties.
We appreciate you guys.
Excelsior.
On today's pop culture news update.
Omnipig is always watching.